this Tampa City Council meeting to order. This is our first live meeting in several months due to the COVID-19 situation. As you can see, the Tampa Convention Center, city staff, our legal department, city council members, legislative aides, and everybody else involved made sure that everything is sanitized and spread out, the 6-foot distancing. We're following that protocol here and outside. After each speaker, the lectern will be sanitized. I know some of you have masks, and we appreciate that very much, but we're doing everything we can to take all safety precautions. So again, I want to thank everybody involved that made this happen, moving from Old City Hall to the Tampa Convention Center. So as we begin, we usually have an invocation, but for now, while we're here, we're just going to have a moment of silence. Thank you very much, and if you could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And if we could have roll call, please.
Yes, Chair. Vieira.
Here.
Good.
Here.
Carlson.
Here.
Dingfelder.
Here.
Citro.
Here.
Miranda.
Here.
Maniscalco.
Here. All right, thank you very much. May I have a motion to approve the agenda and the addendum to the agenda?
So moved.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I would like to make a motion to continue item number 3 for 2 weeks, please. I can talk about that further if you like.
All right. If we can get to add to this addendum, then if we could continue item number 3, if we have a motion to that effect.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I spoke to Mr. Bennett about this yesterday. I'd like to pull item 11 and 12 just
All right.
so they can put an explanation on the record. It's a big ticket item.
All right, I have that marked here.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Citro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to have staff reports regarding single-use plastics. Item number 35 be continued from June 4th, 2020 to September 3rd, 2020 council meeting.
All right. Did you get all that? Mm-hmm. All righty. So again, a motion to approve the agenda, the addendum, and all the changes that have just been made.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if I can, I would suggest that you take those items individually.
Okay.
Because the approval of the addendum is just to place those items on the agenda. You can either take them up now. I didn't hear specific seconds for the motions, so if you wish to take those individually after the approval of the addendum.
Then when we get to these items, we'll move those forward. All right. Anybody else? No. All right. A motion to approve the addendum and the agenda.
So move.
Second.
Motion from Councilman Vieira. Was that a second from Councilmember Goods?
Yes, sir.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Before we go into public comment, considering the circumstances, the situation, and everybody knows what is happening, I'd like to call on council members who wish to speak at this time. If they'd like to say anything, take a few minutes. Councilmember Goods, if you would like to begin, and we can go from there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your leadership this morning. It's been a time in our city the last 6 or 7 days. Things are occurring. I'm getting calls, complaints, and I'm very frustrated about an incident that happened at TGH. And I haven't gotten a response back from the mayor or the chief as it relates to that incident at TGH or what I've asked. Gentlemen, I don't know if you know there was an incident at TGH with some officers, and it was a gunshot victim that was murdered at 22nd and Cayuga. Apparently the family went out to TGH. One of the family members was trying to keep calm, and apparently one of the officers was escorting the gentleman to an area to keep some other folks from being calm. At some point in time, some incident occurred where the young man was brutally thrown to the ground by the police. His glasses were broken and some other issues. I was notified about it. I called the chief. I didn't get a response back that day. I had sent an email in reference to it, but I did call the next morning. He did respond back to Diane Hart's call because she called first. We were together. And from the chief's own words, some things seemed not right. I had asked the chief at that point that those officers that were affected be placed on administrative leave immediately. immediately. Diane Hart asked for that request as well. Have not heard back. We didn't notify the mayor's office. The mayor advised she did not know of the incident as of yet. We asked her that those affected officers in that incident be put on administrative leave to further investigation. I also did call the PBA and told them that I would bring this up today and I would discuss the fact that those officers need to put on leave. I don't know if you'd like to entertain motions at this time, Mr. Chair, but if I get personal privilege, I would like to put a motion on the floor for the administration to deal with the situation effective immediately for the community's sake, and that we know that we've got something moving in the right direction, so the community knows that we're doing what we need to do.
And do you have a date for that, sir?
I would like to make a motion at this point in time that those officers be put on administrative leave that are involved in the TGA incident, effective immediately, and I'd like a response back by our next council meeting.
All right, before we have a second to that, Ms. Grimes, would you like to comment?
Good morning, Judy Grimes, City Attorney.
Can't hear.
Good morning, Gina Grimes, City Attorney. Mr. Goose, I believe the first part, the way you phrased your motion, to have the administration report back to you would be more appropriate than directing this specific action that you mentioned in the second part of your motion as to what the administration should do. As you know, the charter provides that the sole responsibility for the proper administration of the city is with the mayor. So I believe that would exceed your scope of authority, but I think it's appropriate to ask the administration to investigate and report back to this council by date certain.
Councilmember Dingfelder.
I'll second Mr. Good's motion in part. I agree with Ms. Grimes at this point because I don't know anything about the incident you're referring to. So at this point, I'd feel comfortable getting a report back. If the report shows what your conclusion seems to be, then I think, and of course with Ms. Grimes' advice, I think we could make a recommendation to the administration, in terms of what their action might be. But at this point, unless Mr. Bennett wants to give us a report now, because he's up at the podium, I'll be glad to second your motion for that.
Before you begin, sir, Councilmember Miranda, can you hear now?
I'm having some trouble because of the corner, the vibration coming in. We don't hear it too well.
Yes. We need more volume, please, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you very much. Chief Bennett.
Morning, Chairman. Good morning, Council. John Bennett, Chief of Staff. Just as you're entertaining the motion, I just want to remind that to Councilman Good's point, and he knows this through what Ms. Grimes mentioned, that when you're looking for a time certain, which is reasonable, that the due process of law enforcement and the Bill of Rights and the internal affairs investigation all have time certain components to those. So I would just entertain in the motion that it follows the due process, and then, of course, as soon as the findings are done, that they're brought back to council, just so you can frame the time thing, because that's obviously a legal aspect of this whole process.
Councilmember Goods.
Chief, I know the process of the police department very well. An officer can be put on leave while the investigations are going on. That's always been a process. You can be put on leave until the internal affairs, the officer's Bill of Rights will still be adhered to. I'm just looking for, and I can make the motion to where Ms. Grimes has stated that they come back with their recommendations so we don't know what's going on and keep us abreast. But I need to make that publicly. I believe at this point in time that the officers, the administration needs to put those officers on leave.
Councilmember Dingfelder.
Mr. Goods, just a quick question. In regard to an abbreviated report back from the administration, just to talk about what the incident was, not to come to any conclusions, Mr. Bennett, what would your time frame be? Is 2 weeks soon enough, or do you want something sooner? Mr. Goods.
I can go within. I'm just going looking for the next councilman. I think that they can make a determination within a short period of time in reference to put an officer on leave or not. The investigation can still be ongoing. I understand it is an internal affairs investigation, so that still is ongoing. So that's not going to conclude from the chief saying I need to send an officer down until the investigation is concluded, and that's not violating the Bill of Rights. Okay. The administration has that prerogative to do that.
So are you okay with the report in 2 weeks, at least a preliminary report?
I'll go with preliminary in 2 weeks.
Okay, that'll be my second then.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Goods, second from Councilmember Dingfelder. If there's no other discussion, May I
Chair,
have a
can we
vote?
clarify that the next regular meeting will be June 25th, which is not in 2 weeks, it's actually like...
Okay, so not 2 weeks exactly.
That's
June
fine.
25th is when we have
That's
our
fine.
next regularly scheduled meeting here.
Our next regular meeting?
Yes, sir.
That's
All
fine,
right.
Mr. Chair.
Motion from Goods, second from Councilman Dingfelder. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Goods, if you'd like to continue.
I'm going to make a few motions at the end, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to, belabor, but there's some things that are bothering me. Communication is one. I think some of the things the mayor is doing is she had to do, when you're under the gun, you got to do certain things, and I understand that. Those things have to be done. But I do think, I know Chief Benner's been working with us, trying to get this communication thing moving. I just feel it's still not moving fast enough, and he's a helpful guy. He calls us, he's trying to do as best he can do. But we can't have the National Guard come into this town and the city council not know about it. Even if they're called up, we still have the opportunity to know about it before it's happening. The curfew, we've got to do things. I'm not totally against the curfew. You got to do what you got to do. But I think this council has to be abreast on major issues, and we shouldn't have to be waiting to the back end. If something's going to happen, we should have someone abreast us. This may occur. And that way, if it occurs, we can tell the public. I can't be in a restaurant somewhere and come up and people ask me confirmation, and I look like a fool. I don't know what you're talking about. And I think all the council members have had that happen. Myself and Mr. Carlson have put a couple of motions on the floor before. Still haven't got that back. I talked to Chief Bennett. He says they're still working on that. But I know they got a lot of things going on with COVID-19, the protests and things like that. But we've got to find a system that this council is aware of what's going on in this city when it relates to major incidents, so we don't get caught on the gun and can't answer the community questions. So I'm going to be putting some recommendations on the floor for motion later on, and hopefully the administration can bring these things back. And they're actually going to be filtered to the city attorney, actually, because I think we need to go ahead and get that moved. City attorney has two hats. They work for the mayor, they work for this council. So I just want to make sure that we're getting what we need to get done so the citizens can know that we are working and we're asking questions. That's all I have for this time. I'll make my motions at the end of the meeting, sir.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Vieira, we'll begin with you, and then we'll come down the row. If you'd like to say anything, sir.
Yes, sir, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leadership here today, and welcome everybody here. It's public news, obviously, of the great trauma that our city has suffered throughout the last few days. A lot of that trauma and the anger that has been expressed has been because of trauma and anger that has been suffering for not a few days, but for many years, many decades, many centuries. And I think that all of us on Tampa City Council fully acknowledge that. It's no secret that a great deal of the disturbance and the looting that occurred following the peaceful protests occurred in my district over in North Florida, over in North Tampa. On Saturday, being an individual who always likes to engage with people, I went out to Fowler. When I heard that there was going to be a peaceful protest out there, I saw our mayor there. I saw Chief Dugan there. I saw a lot of different folks there, and I engaged with people and talked to people about why they're there. We all know why they're there, but it's good to hear it one-on-one from folks. I heard expressions of frustration. I heard expressions of anger. I heard expressions of hope. Hope that bodies, whether it's the city council, whether it's the county commission, whether it's the legislature, whether it's the U.S. Congress and the president, would do better, would begin to listen, would begin to actively fight for justice, continue to actively fight for justice where applicable. That night, we saw tragic looting that followed the peaceful protest. Very tragic. That next morning, I went out to Champs. I went out to the mobile gas station over on Bush Boulevard, talked to folks. I talked to business owners who were devastated. I talked to a gentleman who came here as an immigrant from India 20 years ago, opened up a jewelry shop. It was his American dream, taking a hit. But he told me he stands with peaceful protesters because to him, Black Lives Matter. I spoke to an Asian immigrant family, opened up a store 2 weeks ago, and they were crying because of the devastation that happened. Breaks the heart. I spoke to residents, community members, activists who passionately believe in their heart that Black Lives Matter, and they were there to help with the cleanup. I saw hope. I saw what to me is the best of Tampa. Obviously, we need to continue to keep our eye on the affected areas, whether it's East Tampa, whether it's North Tampa, and not let go of our agenda that we had before for renewal and hope in those areas, in the affected areas. The larger issue for us is obviously race. Something that's haunted this city, something that's haunted this state and this country since Jamestown, for the affected areas. I continue to say what I've said since the beginning, which is when I look at this challenge we have before us today, I always ask myself, what would a good American do? And a good American, when confronted with this injustice, to me, does three things. We build bridges of understanding. We talk to one another. We don't demonize one another unnecessarily. Sometimes folks got to be demonized because that's what's going on, right? There is evil, there is injustice. But we build bridges of understanding. We repair the breach, the book of Isaiah. I grew up in church, and I always think about little Bible verses here and there. Talks about repairing the breach. We repair that breach of historical wrongs. We know what those historical wrongs are. Here in the city of Tampa, before COVID hit, we were talking about beginning to study those historical wrongs, talking about things like a lynching memorial marker, talking about things like restoring the Jackson House, talking about black cemeteries, something that Councilman Goods has taken such an aggressive role on, talking about Memorial Cemetery, where World War I veterans, African Americans who were killed in action in a time when their country wouldn't lift a finger for them, they died for their country. We're the city of Robert Saunders, a World War II veteran who, like I always tell folks, fought Nazis overseas in World War II and came back here to Florida to fight Nazis here, taking over the NAACP after Harry T. Moore was murdered. We have to continue to deal with that issue. I want this council to eventually begin to have a dialogue in response to what we've seen with the protests, taking a look at change. We're looking at body cameras here today. I've said my statement, which is I will not be a yes vote on body cameras. Part of my language, I'm going to be a hell yes vote on body cameras. And what I chide myself on, because if y'all know me, I'm honest, I'm blunt, is why didn't I aggressively push for that before in 3 years? I talked about Bible verses in church. I was raised in church, and I always learned that there's two kinds of sins, the sin of omission and then the sin of an affirmative act. And sometimes when you don't push as hard, you can be for something, but if you know there's injustice out there and anger and hurt, and you're not pushing like hell for it, then the burden's on you. And for that, personally, I wish I would have done better in that regard over the last few years. Again, I'm just being honest with the community because I've seen so much expression of hope and inspiration out there, and I think that we deserve to give that back. I want to have a dialogue on things like implicit bias. Thanks to the hard work of Councilman Goods, Councilman Carlson, Councilman Citro, and is put forth by my good friend who I appointed to that board, Michael Stevens, we began to make inroads on implicit bias for all employees. Let's dig deeper, Council, on implicit bias. Who's doing the training? What's happening in that regard? Are we hearing from academia, clergy, professors? What's the substance of it there? Let's dig deeper. Let's take a look at crowd disbursement policy. What is it? What are officers showed or told to follow at times? Let's talk about that. Let's have meetings on that. Let's inquire on that. Let's talk about continued community involvement. We've seen a lot of community involvement from TPD. We've seen a lot of different community meetings. Are we being told about them as council? Do we invite people? Do we go? Do we spread them? Again, can the city do a better job in that regard? Let's talk about those things. With all humility, showing the same amount of just emotional outpouring that we've seen from protesters. And again, knowing that we have to come to this issue with full honesty. I'm not here to demonize anybody. I'm certainly not here to demonize protesters. That's for darn sure. Folks are protesting something that is rooted in hundreds of years of injustice, and to me, that is a holy cause. But on the other end, I'm not going to demonize every single police officer. I'm not going to demonize Donnie Miller, who served for years protecting us in City Council. I'm not going to demonize Amari, who protects us here at Tampa City Council. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have a dialogue, and we're going to call things as they should be. Listen to people, know our history, act on that history, repair the breach, and build bridges. That's what I'm here to do. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Next up, Councilmember Dingfelder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Vieira, Mr. Goods, thank you for your thoughtful comments. First thing I'd like to do, Mr. Bennett, with your permission, is I'd like all of our city staff to stand up, be recognized, and be applauded, because you guys have been working triple time over the last couple of months. Please stand right now and be applauded. Thank you. We know we've been on the phone with you, but you guys have not. You've been here, you've been holding up the ship, and we appreciate it, we know it, and everybody in the city needs to know it. Not only during the COVID issue, but of course in the last week or so with the other issues. The second thing I wanted to mention to further a little bit what my peers have spoken to, and I think it's extremely important that the community recognize two things that had gone on this past weekend. One thing is one of the most important things that we have as a right in America, which is peaceful protest. The First Amendment allows it, calls for it, and urges peaceful protest, our First Amendment freedom of speech. And that's what marching down the street, marching down the sidewalk, in peaceful protest to make our opinions known. And I'm very proud of our mayor and the other leaders who were out there, Mr. Goods, Mr. Vieira, and I'm sure some of the others who were out there with the protesters. We have problems in this country, and the only way to resolve them, if it's not going to be resolved at the top, is it needs to be resolved by the people. And the people need to have the right to speak. And in this city, we did a great job of allowing the protesters and even walking with the protesters to enable that speech to occur. The second thing that happened was the looting. And the looting was not done by those same peaceful protesters. The looting was done by a bunch of thugs, and shame on them. They know who they are, and they should be ashamed of themselves. And I'm ashamed of them. But fortunately, they are in the minority. They are the few. They don't represent the protesters, and they don't represent what we are as a city. We are a good city. We're a fine city. I'm glad that hopefully that was over. That was two days of that type of problems, and let's put that behind us and move forward. And the third thing I'd like to say and remind everybody very strongly is, and it appears some people have forgotten this, is that we are still in the middle of the pandemic. That little COVID virus does not know what's going on in Washington or in Minneapolis or what have you, and it's still very, very dangerous for all of us, and especially for our seniors. Our senior population in our nursing homes have obviously taken on the brunt of this, along with the minority community, which appears to be hit harder. And so let's not forget the COVID virus. Let's not forget the pandemic. I'm proud to see that everybody here is sitting 6 feet apart and or wearing masks, and that's the right thing to do. We need to remember that. We need to stay vigilant. It's probably going to be a way of life for the next year or two, and let's not forget it no matter what's going on politically. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Carlson.
Morning, everybody. As we listen to the people who are in the streets and on the phone and in emails, they've asked us to listen, and we've been doing a lot of listening, but I look forward to listening to the overflow crowd that we have here today and hearing what people have to say. And for anybody who's not here, please email us or call us and give us your thoughts as well. But some of the things that I've heard in the last few days and even the last few years is that some folks think that the protests in Tampa are about something that happened in another state or with other people. And if you ask any of the people who are taking the time to give us their feedback, they say that's not true. It's in part that, but it's also about things that happen in Tampa. And the only way that we can make change in Tampa is to understand what's happened. And we've talked about, my colleague referred to things that happened more than 10 years ago. But if you just look in the last 10 years, and I'll mention these quickly, Arthur Green died in 2014, and unfortunately 6 years later that's still in litigation, so I can't talk about it. But we have to understand that these kinds of things happen in Tampa. And if you don't know his name, please Google him. It's worth paying respect to his family to research that. Not long after that, the Tampa Bay Times came out with a story that they called Biking While Black, that people talked about as Biking While Black. And if you don't know those stories, please look at the Times and read those stories about what happened. Pulling over children and giving them tickets that will travel with them the rest of their lives, maybe hurt their ability to get a driver's license or to get a job is a horrific way to treat people. And when my own kids have been stopped, everybody's been very pleasant and they've been passed on. But for some reason, there was targeting in the African American community. And although the numbers have dropped, to my knowledge, that policy was never lifted. Also, I should say, I talked to both reporters from the Tampa Bay Times who wrote that story years ago, and I said, well, who put you up to doing that? And they said, well, actually, we were looking at St. Petersburg. We thought that St. Petersburg's numbers would be bad, and we found that the Tampa's numbers were horrific, so we wrote about it. And one of the reporters happened to be African American, and I said, what do you think is the difference between the African American community in St. Pete and Tampa and other communities? She was on her way to St. Louis after incidents there, and she said, my honest opinion of the African American community in Tampa, and this is just 3-4 years ago, she said they feel oppressed. They feel like they don't have a voice, they don't have a seat at the table, and it makes me emotional because I can't stand the fact that we have people in our community who feel like they don't have a voice. We're going to let people speak in a few minutes, but there are thousands for every single person who gets up here and speaks in a little while. We should not have people in our community who feel oppressed by politicians or anyone else that they don't have a right to speak and that their voice isn't important. We have to give them a choice to do that. And if we don't have a dialogue, however difficult the dialogue is, if we don't have the dialogue, we don't face the issues, if we don't have the complicated conversations, we're never going to move forward. After Biking While Black, the community rose up and said, we want a civilian review board. And there was a fight about whether that was possible. An outside law firm was hired to fight the ability of the public to provide any kind of oversight. And it's just an attitude that has been with the city. My colleague mentioned the Jackson House. I was one of the activists several years ago that fought for the Jackson House. The only reason it exists, the city had designated it to be torn down. I met with Willie Robinson. He had a letter in his hand that said the city's going to tear it down the Saturday after Thanksgiving when nobody was paying attention. Linda Salsina came in the next day to city council, and it's only because of city council that the Jackson House still exists. But 6 years later, nothing's been done on the Jackson House. We've made 2 or 3 motions to save the Jackson House, and still it's falling apart. How could we say that white history or Hispanic history is more important than black history? We're not even saving it. First of all, we tore down most of the buildings in Central Avenue, and the one important one that's left, we say, well, why don't we rebuild it and move it? Why don't we try to save it and understand the history that happened there and the history that happened in the area and why the area was destroyed? The Bro Bowl is another thing. The city actually paid for consultants to convince the community that the Bro Bowl was a skateboard park, to convince the community that it was a bad idea to have that. They spent $650,000 just to move it. I don't know, a couple $100,000 probably in legal fees, and caused a lot of racial strife just to move it 100, 200 feet away. And that $1 million that the city spent on the Bro Bowl move should have been spent on the Jackson House. At the time, the Jackson House to completely renovate it was $1.4 million, and it was still salvageable. We have documented evidence from engineers that it was salvageable at that time. The city, it was making the wrong choices and not making the choices that the community wanted. Skip ahead, Fair Oaks Community Center has never been renovated since it was built. And City Council had a community meeting at the community center, and 3 of us went there and listened to, I think, more than 100 people speak. And the community said they're concerned about it being a fire trap. They're concerned that it's not updated. It doesn't have a computer center. It doesn't have the amenities that other community centers have in other parts of the city. And worse, it has rats infested in it, and kids and others have to worry about rat droppings. This city council had to make a motion to ask the rats to be removed, and when we went a few months later, the community said, "Can you hear the rats? They're still here." How is it that nothing's being done? We can't even get rid of the rats in a community center. We can't spend the money to renovate it. For 6-8 years ago, the city was proposed by the Parks Department to spend $130,000 to renovate it, and that still wasn't spent. But we spend $12 million on a boathouse for rich kids from the Northeast to come ride their boats on the river, and we spend $1 million to fight skateboarders to move a skateboard park. We're making horrific choices in this city. And then you skip ahead further, and I can't talk about this because I think there's still pending litigation, but there was a politically connected white property owner in South Tampa that had several years ago $725,000 in code violations. and those were waived by the city. But an African American who has a house that also got code violations has fought for years to try to get those lifted, but because that person is not respected politically by certain people, that one can't get waived. Why is it that there are disparities like this? We cannot have a community where some people are treated one way and some people are treated another way. Look at the RNC convention. We were on the worldwide stage. We had media all over the world. Please, I had my staff do it. Go look at the stories and see the benefit we should have gotten from the RNC convention and we should get from the Super Bowl is the publicity that we get worldwide. But look at that publicity. Almost every single story was negative. Almost every single story had a negative element in it. The visuals of what was happening at the RNC, the way it was handled by the city, not by the host committee, embarrassed our community on a worldwide scale. It was handled in a way that was not the way that other conventions were handled. And we have to pay attention to that. We have to have an inclusive community where people feel invited. I'll mention just a couple more. On the west bank of the river, somewhere around 1,000 affordable homes were destroyed in the last few years with no plan to replace them. And then the Housing Commission came before us and said there's an official list of 20,000 homes that are needed, that people want homes, but the unofficial list is 50,000. How could a city possibly tear down 1,000 homes when we have 50,000 people who want them? Those homes were not nice, by the way, but why didn't we have a plan to rebuild? Where are we going to build those houses? Where are the 50,000 homes going to come from? You know, this body has been trying to use CRA money and other money to spend on housing because we need an emphasis on that. Another thing was that poor people and homeless people were hanging out in parks in downtown. So what was the city's solution? They ripped out the seats. And guess what? The rich white people who work in downtown can't sit down in the park either. But somehow, because we don't want poor people to sit in downtown, we rip out the seats. This body made a motion to bring those seats back, and they're still not there. Why is that? If you look at the website Tampa scorecard that I created, in the plus and minus in the last 10 years, the middle class in Tampa stayed the same or shrank. The number of people in poverty increased. Home ownership rate our poverty rates are some of the worst in the state. Gender and racial disparities are horrible. We're one of the worst in the state at those. And we can't get people mobilized to fix these things. What are we supposed to do? We've tried to refocus some of the CRA money, and we've had some success, but not as much as I'd like. I'd also like to put a limit on some of the CRAs in downtown because there's no slum and blight downtown compared to the other areas we have. We have areas, Sulphur Springs, the new Tampa area, and others that have big areas of poverty, and we're not doing anything to fix them. We shouldn't create more CRAs. We should put a cap on the existing CRAs and move the money up there to fix those issues, or move them into East Tampa. There's money in the city. It's just being spent on things that are nice to have, not that we need to have. And my colleague mentioned implicit bias training. When we were on the Charter Review Commission, we added that to the charter, and we still don't have it. We've made 2 or 3 motions to try to add it in. It's still not happening yet. How do we get these things to happen? Lastly, my colleague mentioned communication. Last night I was on the phone with neighborhood leaders. Neighborhood leaders called me in South Tampa and said, we hear that there are going to be protesters in South Tampa. So I called the city to try to find out what's happening. And everybody's really busy. We've got 2 crises going on. But there's no communication line. I had no idea from anybody what was going on in South Tampa. And even when I made the calls, still didn't have any intel on what's happening. There was no information that I could give the neighborhood leaders. Neighborhood leaders knew that there were people who were going to be marching right through their streets. They had no idea what to do. And I said, can we please at least give them a list of tips? What are they supposed to do when people come through? Are they supposed to bring them food or stay in their house? And I think we need better communication. As my colleague, Mr. Good, said, we need to know what's going on. We are the front line dealing with constituents and neighborhood leaders, and we need to know what's happening in the city and how we can give them information, and we need to work to communicate with them about what's going on. And so, sorry to speak so long, but I look forward. This is just what I've heard, and I know we're going to hear 1,000 times more today and in future days. Please let us know, let me know what you think. And we need to listen, we need to contemplate, we need to reflect, and more importantly, what the community is saying is take action. And it's not enough for us to pass a resolution. Somebody in the city has to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carlson.
And Mr. Chair, may I say something very briefly?
Go ahead,
If I may. Thank you, sir. My friend and colleague, Councilman Carlson, mentioned a reference that I made to history, just to clear the record, and I'm sure Mr. Carlson was not insinuating this. I'm not saying that the protests are about something that happened hundreds of years ago. It's hundreds of years ago all the way to today. I'm sure he wasn't inferring that, but just to set the record clear.
Yeah, I wasn't
Thank
trying
you.
to criticize your comments, sorry.
Thank you, sir. Just to set the record.
All right, Councilmember Citro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Carlson's right. There are 3 of us that were on the Charter Review Commission. And we worked very, very hard to get sensitivity training. Myself, Mr. Carlson, Mr. Goods. We also have 2 city attorneys, Mr. Morris Massey and Ms. Zellman, who were on that commission. We're still waiting for the sensitivity training to be implemented. Thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Carlson. Ladies and gentlemen, who would have ever have thought that life was going to change for us 90 days ago? Who would have ever thought that we would have had a pandemic and there would be peaceful protests on the violent death of a man in Minnesota, Minneapolis? Our lives change in a heartbeat. I know that myself, Councilman Goods, Councilman Vieira, walked in step with a lot of you in the audience. Miss Patty, Representative Hart, Jarvis, Elvis. We were all there. We wanted to see exactly what was saying by the protest. And we heard you loud and clear. Black Lives Matter. We need to end racism. Ms. Burton, thank you. Cyrus Green's the first woman I met at the protest was Ms. Connie Burton. She actually came up and said, Councilman Citro, thank you for being there. I wanted to be there. Ladies and gentlemen, again, our lives can change in a heartbeat. And if we don't sit and listen to one another, everyone, we will never, ever have solidarity in the city of Tampa. Ladies and gentlemen, Black Lives Matter. Racism needs to end. And I'm still learning. And I will implement everything that was told to me over the last week. Ladies and gentlemen, this city council is here for you. Dialogue will solve everything. My door is open. Let's talk. Let's communicate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you look at, like what Councilman was speaking about, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Minneapolis, Minnesota, when you look at it, it's every city in the United States. This incident was in another state and in another city. That doesn't mean the rest are okay. That doesn't mean anything like that. When you look at what is America about, it's supposed to be about everybody getting along, doing along, and getting things done. In a way, it's supposed to be the right of freedom to expression, the right to speak, the right to vote, the right to march. All those freedoms are there. However, they're not there for some. They're there for just a few. When you look about change, what is change about? I think what happened in Minneapolis, Minnesota, when you look at history, and I'm not going to quote history because I'm not a historian, but when you look at history itself, there's always one incident that starts a war. There's always one incident that makes change. There's always one incident that is steering the public in the right way, whether you know it or not. What happened in Minneapolis, Minnesota is about change. It's about differences. Let's give you an example. How many of you remember when you voted for the right to vote? Most of you remember. That wasn't too long ago. Can you tell me anyone who had the right to vote since? What was it? 60, 70% of the general public passed that overwhelmingly to let the individuals vote once you served your time. So now let's say that I get put in jail. Now my house goes in foreclosure and there's a deficit. When I come out, that means I'm never going to have the right to vote? Maybe and maybe not. What about someone of color that couldn't pay the court costs? What happens when he or she gets out? They may never vote. Just recently, I see where at least 8 out of 10 that went to a court got the right and 2 were rejected. That's progress, but it's not satisfaction. When the general public of any entity in a free country votes to change the law, and this is not about Democrats or Republicans, this is about everyone. I don't care if there's a Democrat or Republican. I don't like one individual, not because he or she is a Democrat or he or she is a Republican. It's not what they say, it's what they do. You have the right to change government, and I'm not against protesters. Protesters have the right to march at any time, at any day of the hour, given the projections of whatever those statutes read, that you can assembly and vote and, walk and protest something you do not like. However, when you go to vote, when I started in politics, it wasn't as easy as it is. All you had to have now is a little money. And maybe that's where the problem comes. Because you had to go out, spaghetti dinners, most of you are not my age, you're much younger, fish fries. Can anyone here in the audience tell me when you went to a spaghetti dinner or a fish fry during an election? I'll tell you how many. None. Because it's all done by social media or television or print ads. You print, people read, they like, they vote. However, what I'm trying to get is not the point how you vote. What I'm trying to say is more people voted in percent-wise of population back in the 60s and the 70s that they do now. So we ought to start blaming ourselves. And now, remember what happened in Wisconsin just a month or so ago? The lines were long, and it wasn't as warm as it is now. And the people lined up for blocks to vote. That's exactly what we need to happen in this country again. Participate, understand, form your own parties, and go vote. Have a party, a voting party, not by any Republican or Democrat, but by neighborhoods. No one has the organization that they had when I was a young man running for office. I'm not scolding anyone. I'm just saying that you have the right and the opportunity to change government, and we're not using it. We have the right to change the way this country is heading. And most of us stay home. We must change. What's happening in this country is the coming of a change. And it's up to everyone in this room to just make a note of all your friends. Ask them to do something. Take a friend to go register to vote. And you'll see how this country changes. You cannot be ahead of a committee and have 400 bills and never bring one up because you belong to a certain party. I don't give a damn about a party. But you have to have the basic right that was given to all of us. And maybe there's where we're faltering, and we should have some of the problems ourselves. So what we're saying is, you have in your power, all of you do, to make change. And protesting is one of them. But the most important one is the right to go vote. And we're not using that right. So, Mr. Chairman, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for all. I agree with everything every council member has said. And when it gets to the last one on the left or the last one to the right, depending which way you go, everything you want to say was already said. But I hope that you understand what I'm saying. Formulate. Can you name me your neighbor next door? Mr. Digfelder brought up something and I agreed with him. or have houses that have porches. You know why there are no porches? I'll tell you why there's no porches. Because there's television, there's Netflix, there's the computers, there's anything you want. You can find out what happened in Timbuktu in 0.2 of 1/100th of a second. You had porches because that was a way of communicating. There was no television to speak of. There was nothing. You went out with your friends, you went out sat on your porch with your family, and you can talk to the neighbors as they walk by. I can't name you 2 neighbors in my neighborhood out of 10 houses that are in my block. That's a shame, but I'm admitted to it. I can't call them by first name. The only reason I know when they're home is if the car's there. I assume they're home. But nobody talks to each other. That's another fault we have. And he's right. But who's going to build the porch in the front house when nobody's going to sit in it? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate everybody's comments. You know, all lives won't matter until Black lives matter. And I look at the date on this agenda, June 4th, 2020, but it feels like the 1960s. And I wasn't around, but it's something that I've read in the history books. And what I've witnessed in these last few weeks is something that I never thought I would witness in person or see on a live news broadcast. What happened last Saturday with the looting and destruction on Fowler and other parts of the area make me angry. But what makes me angrier is the continuous deaths of innocent black men and women throughout this country. It's an embarrassment. And that's just the tip of the iceberg, embarrassment. That you think we come so far in 2020 and we're still living in the past and things really aren't moving forward. You know, somebody asked me, you know, you like Tampa history so much, why don't you learn about Tampa history? Especially about racial injustices throughout the last half century or more. And I do know the history. Names like Martin Chambers and Melvin Hare, people that were before my time that I don't remember. But, you know, I've been to their graves. I know their stories. I've spoken to family members. I've spoken to the people that were witness to it back then. And you think that after 50 plus years or 30 plus years, because one happened in 67 and the other one happened 20 years later, that we would move forward as a people. But then you turn on the news and you see another black man is killed. For what? What did this man do to deserve to die? And it's very sad to see all the civil unrest throughout this country, but people are fed up. I mean, if I'm sick and tired, I can't imagine how other people feel, because I'm not in their shoes. There have been peaceful protests throughout the last week throughout the city of Tampa. Cyrus Green was mentioned and whatnot. I was not there. 2 nights ago, I was here in downtown, outside of Franklin Manor on North Franklin Street. People were protesting, demonstrating, but it was peaceful. And then they marched down Kennedy Boulevard. I walked with them for a little bit, and then I went home. Then a friend of mine contacted me around 9 o'clock, and he said, why don't we go downtown? And we went back down to Franklin Street, and there were people there demonstrating, and it was peaceful, and it was quiet. And we were there for several hours, till about 11 o'clock, to the point that he said, there's really nothing going on. You know, I think this is it for the night. Let's just go home. And I saw Domino's Pizza give out pizza to the demonstrators, and it turned into like a block party. I said, good, people are coming together, whether they're blocking an intersection, whatever, but they're peaceful, and people are sharing the same message. Had I stayed there another hour, I don't know what would have happened, because then all hell broke loose. As I wake up the next morning, I see on my Twitter feed all these different stories of these mass arrests downtown, 50, 60 people. And I asked myself, because I was in camouflage pants and a black T-shirt. I looked like anybody else. I said, what if we stayed another hour and my friend didn't say, you know, it's done for the night, it's peaceful. Would I be sitting in a jail cell? Would I have been arrested? Would I have been able to run away fast enough? I don't know. I don't know the circumstances of what happened down there after the fact, because I wasn't there at that point. But just the fact that I have to see this on the news happening in my own city, our city. A gentleman called me yesterday, I'm not going to name him, many people know him, a good, well-respected gentleman. He said, Guido, I'm angry. I'm angry. And we had a wonderful conversation, and we found common ground, and we understood each other. But, you know, my generation, you know, you call us millennials and whatnot. I think we're the generation that's going to change the world. And the people that are younger than us and whatnot. And I cry, and I get emotional, and it breaks my heart, because this is not the world that I want to live in. This is not the world that we deserve. You deserve better, all of us together. So, I appreciate the people coming out to speak. I support the First Amendment, peaceful gatherings, say what you need to say. But we need change. This has to stop. So thank you very much. All right. I wish I didn't cry, but I'm a sensitive guy. So we're going to go to public comment. I want everybody to be heard. I know we have a lot of people here. I don't know how many people are outside. So after you speak, if you're able to, exit the room, go outside, and we can bring more people in. As a courtesy, we have State Representative Diane Hart here. I'd like for her to go first. You will have 3 minutes, and then we'll go from there. I see Mr. Daniels in line and others, and then we'll continue. So go ahead. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm from that generation. I know what it meant to say colored only. I'll be 65 in 20 days. So let me just say, yes, Black Lives Matter. But let me speak to something that my councilman was speaking to. Orlando and I have been joined at the hip for the past few weeks, and the calls have not stopped. Even though I'm a state legislator, I'm on the ground because this is my community. When I'm not being told what's happening in my city, I'm very, very upset about it. I have to have people calling me to tell me, oh, well, do you know that you have the Army over at Tampa Stadium? That's not where I should hear that from. I should hear that from my administration. Those are state resources. I should at least know that the National Guard is in my city. I should know that there's a curfew taking place when people are calling me and I'm still outside, and they say, Rep, is there really a curfew? And I don't know. So I don't know where this line of communication is breaking down, but just because I'm not a just because I'm not a city official, I deserve the same respect as all of you all, and obviously none of us got it. So let me just go on to why I'm really here. We can't just continue to talk about this. Money is the root of this, and we've got to put the resources into our communities. We can't just keep saying, let's have the conversation. Can't keep talking about it. We've been talking about it for too many years already. I have been here my entire life. I've worked tirelessly in this community to hear these conversations. Conversation time is over. That's why you see these young people peacefully protesting. They're tired of hearing from us. They're sick of hearing the rhetoric. They want to see what it is we're really wanting to do. And that's what we've got to do. We've got to take money and put it into the black community and create opportunity and stop talking about it. Did you all see what the mayor in California did yesterday? 100 million, between 100 and 150 million, he cut from the police's budget and said, I'm going to put my money into the black community. We've got to have some real serious action, you all. It's a good thing to sit down at the table, but most folk don't get to the table. And that's okay. If you are providing the services they need, they don't want to be at the table. They'll allow other people who are leaders in their community to step up to the table. Let me speak to what my councilman was talking about with the chief and the incident that happened at Tampa General. I wasn't there, but I've talked to the gentleman. He has filed a complaint with the police department. When your own city councilman reaches out to the chief and the chief doesn't return a phone call, how do you think he feels? So we were together, I called the chief, and the chief admitted it was a bad scene gone wrong. I asked him, will you put him out, take him out of the community right now, put him at a desk, because he should not be on the street. And he said, well, there's an investigation that has to take place. You have cameras at Tampa General Hospital. You should be able to look at it and in 2 days determine this man needs to be in-house sitting at a desk until his investigation is over. Those are the kind of things that we've got to take decisive action when stuff occurs in our city. That's where we've got to be. The young men who were protesting peacefully downtown, one was a pastor from my church who said they got caught up and they started running because the police were approaching them. The policeman told me that a brick was thrown. I don't know, but what I can tell you is that listen, we cannot have peaceful protesters being shot with bullets and with mace, and we can't do that. Not if you all think that we're going to continue to be peaceful here. Just a couple more things. Do you all know that we have over 1,000 officers in the city of Tampa and 119, maybe 120 are black? There must be there has got to be a recruiting effort to recruit African Americans. When I was growing up, I could talk to any black officer in my community. I rarely see a black policeman in East Tampa today. People, listen, city, we've got to do something, and we got to do it now. I have fought for the $500,000 at the state level. Will the governor cut it from the budget with this pandemic? I don't know, for the Jackson House. But I stand with you all. I stand with the community. That's why I was at Cyrus Green. Even though I'm at risk, I was still there. So let me just say this to you, and I'll stop. We must take action. Let's stop talking. The mayor needs to make some decisive decisions like right now. And I thank you all for the opportunity to speak to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Daniels, we're gonna sanitize it before every speaker. So, and moving forward, because we don't have a sign-in sheet, when you state your name, if you could please spell it just for the record. And if you could state and spell your name for the record.
Mentesnot, Tampa, Florida. The fact of the matter is what you're hearing is politicians talking. Politicians are like pimps. When they're about to get caught up in their stuff or about to lose one of their whores or one of their prostitutes, then they'll do anything. They'll beg, cry, scream, beat, whip on, do anything they need to do to stay in good favor with that particular prostitute. And that's what politicians are like. They talk a good game because they got caught up. You understand? Because in reality, you can't even come down here and speak. But the youth spoke on the streets, and the politicians are back in here crying, but the politicians ain't got no power when they're exposing themselves. They just exposed themselves by saying the army was here in this city, and they didn't even know it. The National Guard's here, and they don't even know it. They don't know what's going on because they don't have no power. And you know what? They nasty and they racially insensitive. That's why I stood up, because I'm hearing the word thugs and looters and rioters. It's called price fixing, and it's called resisting tyranny. It isn't called looting. When white people was throwing tea in the Boston Harbor, for hundreds of years they taught us they were revolutionary. That's what they taught us. They ain't call them looters, they ain't call them thugs, they ain't call them crackers. You understand? But the word thug is the buzzword for nigger. That's what it is. We call one another that. Thugs. It's supposed to be a good, popular word, but it's a buzzword for nigger. So when you're calling our youth thugs, that's why I stood up. Because you're calling them niggers. And I don't play like that. And I don't joke like that. I don't make no kind, anybody who know me, any job I've been on, I've got fired because I told people, hey, I don't make you racial jokes. I don't make you religious jokes. I don't make you Jewish jokes. I don't make you Indian jokes. I don't make you Polak jokes. I don't do it. I do not do it because it's a degree of insensitivity that you have to understand to be a human being. Thugs, nigger, that's what it is. Rioters, looters, nigger, that's what it is. A man was killed, choked out for 8 minutes and 46 seconds for the world to see. And y'all ain't got a word for the white man who did that. They couldn't even charge him until the people stood up internationally. And you get back in here and you call our people, African people, black people, thugs. The thugs, I'm facing the thugs. I'm facing the thugs. The Tampa Police Department and Chief Dugan, he's the MF thug. He's the one that I see with my eyes, on Sunday. Sister Connie seen with her eyes. Got the police department, riot squad, intimidating African people. Shooting African people, we got the pictures to show it. For no reason. Shot a girl all the way in the cemetery, the girl passed out. Little child, shooting African people, doing nasty things to us. And then y'all sitting around talking about thugs and looters and rioters. It's called price fixing. For 620 years, they've been selling us all over the world internationally.
Thank you very much, sir.
It's called price fixing.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Can I just make one quick comment? It seemed to be directed toward my use of the term. Yes, Mr. Daniels, I've known you a long time. I think you've known me a long time. I've spent my legal career defending people's rights, defending their rights as a public defender, defending their rights to speech as a civil liberties attorney. I think you know where I stand on these issues. But yes, when people cross the line and they go in and they steal things for themselves, that's what I watched on TV, and they break windows and they burn buildings. I'm sorry you have to leave, Mr. Daniels. And they break windows and they burn and that sort of thing. I will call them thugs. I will call them thieves. I will call them looters. It has nothing to do with the color of their skin. I saw white people doing it. I saw Hispanic people doing it. I saw black people doing it. Okay? No matter who they are, that's what they are. That's the term that they deserve. Sorry, it might insult you, but that is the way it is. I will defend people's right to speech all day long for the rest of my life. But I will not defend people's right to loot and to break and to destroy property and to hurt people. I'm sorry. That's it.
Thank you very much. Please state your name and spell it for the record, sir.
Jarvis Elamin, Jarvis-Elamin. Well, I'm going to pick up where Councilman Dean, I'm offended too, sir. You know, thug is a buzzword, and I'm saying to you, I'm going to walk out too when you get ready to try to explain it. Civilized behavior, everything don't have to be answered. See, we're not serious about racial justice. If I was in your position and I didn't agree with Tony, I wouldn't have said nothing. Let everybody feel. Everybody said something. Yeah, the police was on every set intimidating people. As a matter of fact, you got police right over here intimidating people. You got some private detective looked at me with a mean mug face over here. They all over here. All these police, you got more police out here, damn near you got people all around here intimidating people. This is a police state. That's what this is. I don't care if you didn't want no civilian review board with no subpoena power. The union got too much power, police union. You ain't gonna hold the police accountable. Ain't nobody serious. The body cameras, they may cut the body cameras off. We spent $1 million on it. We found that money real quick, but can't find no money for economic empowerment. Can't find no money to create no jobs. I'm telling you, I've been in this town 30 years, and I'm from Georgia. This is worse than Georgia. One thing about Georgia, white folks know what they did, and black people had their place, and we had a mutual understanding. We do this, you do that. Everywhere you go in this town, it's intimidation, sir. It's intimidation. And I ain't spoken in a long time because I'm just sitting back trying to watch. But this town is gone and trying to make this about George Floyd. Ain't about no George Floyd, Mr. Costa. You're the only one that I got some respect for the day. And Joe Cistro just saying the right thing, Councilman Goose right on it. Soon as the man started talking about a police misconduct, guess what they do? Oh, they come with all kind of rigmarole. Well, we got to find out what happened. Oh, we got to find out the Bill of Rights for the police. Oh, we got to do this. Diane come here and tell you, oh, the man was beat to death. I know how they did me. They came to my house. My son was on probation. He was at home, been to court Sunday morning. They busted my house, throw me on the ground, picked my son up, throw him on the ground, said, we doing our job and talking to court. And when they turn affairs, ain't nothing. Then nothing come out of it. The black woman, a birdie lady was there. She down in Fort Pierce now. Ain't nothing ever. I ain't heard of an internal affairs to that. That'd been 5 years ago. It's the hate that hate produced. The hate that you have for us and the hate you have for our ancestors, it produced this kind of hate you got for us right now. And I'm going to tell you what the real solution is. And I've been telling black people this. They don't want to listen to me. What we really need to do, we need to supersede from the city of Tampa and start Belmont Heights, Florida with Connie Burton as the mayor, Sister Michelle Patty as the clergy lady, and Chief of Security with Richard Muhammad. Get our own city like Tributaries got their own city. We ain't going to never get no justice in the city. This is a strong mayor form of government. How the state rep don't know what's going on. The black city councilman don't know what's going on. They don't respect them. Y'all got good titles. They don't respect y'all. It is already evident they don't respect y'all. They don't respect y'all, and y'all don't respect us. If you want to have an honest conversation about race relations, shut up and listen and learn something and say, you're right. Your white privilege is what's getting in the way. White skin privilege hurting all y'all. That's what's hurting y'all. Y'all don't know nothing about that. Let me tell you something, brother. I didn't sleep for 3 days after George Floyd, because that could have been Jarvis Elamin, or could have been Saeed Elamin, or could have been Ken Lowe. I know what these police do. You need to check yourself before you wreck yourself and look at your own, because you know what your answer is? All lives matter. All lives don't matter. It didn't matter to George Floyd. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, wait, we have to sanitize. All right, next speaker, please, if you could state your name and spell it for the record.
Yes, good morning. My name is Sally C. Lee, SALLYISELEE, and I am the founder and coordinator of the Volunteer Missionary Society. And I'm here today because God has been keeping me up and won't let me sleep until I came down here to deliver this message from Him. Greetings from the Holy Word of God. Says, let my people go. Today's world of injustice needs the power of the written word. To mankind and visuals, we see the conditions of this world. Our communities are suffering every ill known to mankind. Poverty, knowledge barriers to education, attention and failure in our schools, parents' frustration, fathers in prison, young black men facing death, dope, imprisonment, of young black men and women to be responsible alone, struggling black businesses sacrificing all barriers against us to economics, not appropriated where we can access them. With red tape barriers, we get a workshop or a certificate. The solution to stop injustice as follows: a proclamation, executive order, signed by mayors, clergy, council members, commissioners, to strengthen a proclamation stop the killing of African American people, men, women, children of all nations. America's police chiefs, sheriff, if you feel led to change, then sign a proclamation built to a people who has built America with their blood, sweat, and tears. Labor, field, stream, give them their right. Terror-free, Black Lives Matter. Sign a proclamation for our freedom. Agent of God, Sally Lee.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. Sir, if you could state your name and please spell it for the record.
Good morning. My name is Malik Lukman Abdullah. And the people that have spoke to you all are very wise people, very intelligent people. However, there's a disconnect. Maybe you listen, and I'm not pointing the finger at any one of you all, but I'm pointing the finger at us, that we are not doing what we need to do to protect the citizen. It is astounding that I have to pay taxes, but I don't get representation. I don't get proper representation. And when a policeman shoot a black man, they say they don't shoot white people. When a policeman shoot a black man walking away, running away from him in the back, this guy said, I was afraid for my life. You're a damn lie. You're a racist pig. These guys here are representing what you all are instituting. You all can call them and put them in check. The question is, will you? The history say you won't. So the people are saying to you, we are going to change this. I don't know which one of you gentlemen said this, that this has to come from the people. And I say to those people that's listening to this, it is in our hand to change our circumstances. If we don't enact things that are necessary for us and stop letting people lead us. Well, here's an example. Most of y'all are not old enough to remember Bugs Bunny and Elmer Fudd. Elmer Fudd had the gun. Bugs Bunny didn't. So this narrative go that if or once Bugs Bunny get the gun, the story change. So in action or in activity, you all are placing the gun in the rabbit hand. These people are asking you, telling you, these things have to change. And if the change do not occur, then anarchy, then chaos. Then you all lose the comfortable position that you have. White privileges are gone. And anytime you support wrongdoing, that means you're part of the problem. So maybe y'all heard, maybe y'all will do something.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please state your name and spell it for the record.
Good morning. My name is Sam Harris.
Wait, the microphone is off. You got it? Go ahead, sir.
Good morning. My name is Sam Harris. And I want to just say thank you to the council and my citizens here. This has been a tough week. This has been an extremely tough week. We need change now, not only in the city of Tampa, but America. I'm going to read from Revelations. Martin Luther King in 1968, before he died, his last sermon, he spoke. He said, "Behold, I make all things new. Behold, I make all things new, for the former things passed away." We are in a revolution. We need the mindset of systemic racism to disappear and form something new. I've lived in Tampa all my life. And the people before me, and people you've heard from over the weekend, the experience that I have as a Black American businessman, I am constantly faced with roadblocks from my city. I love my city. I serve my city, but does my city love me? Does my city serve me? 200 years ago, in 1819, Oliver Washington wrote a book called Rip Van Winkle. And if you remember the story, Rip Van Winkle went up into the Catskill Mountains. For 20 years, he went to sleep. As he was walking up that mountain, he saw King George III on that mountain. When he came down, it was the first president of the United States, George Washington. Since the first president of the United States has taken ring in this country, Black Americans have been suppressed. We've never been given the opportunities that we deserve to have. I can feel Councilman Gould's, I can feel his presence with me. I know your walk. I know what you have to go through. Our city has a lot of challenges. We need to solve those things now. I've come before all of you, talked to you about opportunity zones. At the end of the day, it comes to economics. If we can solve that problem, housing, we need over 60,000 housing in the city of Tampa by 2030. The only councilman that has responded back to me is Councilman Goose about opportunity zones. The city of Tampa needs an opportunity zone prospectus so that we can bring investors here to develop more housing, more development for small businesses so that people can thrive. And I'll end with this. The city that I love, the city that I was born in. I was born in West Tampa. At age 19, I was assaulted by law enforcement in this city. I was charged. I was jailed. And by the grace of God, there was an attorney here called Ricky Williams. Please let me finish.
Go ahead, go ahead.
He fought for me. He got me acquitted of all the charges because I was right. I was told by my grandfather and many other leaders never take a plea deal. If I had taken a plea deal, I would not be in the real estate business. I would not be a mortgage banker. I would not be in a position to do anything simply because I was falsely accused and falsely arrested. If I did not have legal representation, I would not be standing here before you. There are thousands upon thousands of young men and women that faced that did not have the plight that I had. And we got to change that. And we need you guys not to be silent anymore. Silence is worse than the action that is being taken against us. I thank you for the time. We need to act now to solve our housing problem, systemic racism, and we need this body to put $100 million into the black community to be able to redevelop it. If you look at East Tampa, West Tampa, there's nothing there. It's been obliterated. We have no community. We have no neighborhood. If you go down 29th Street, where a lot of the challenges that we have in our community, 90% of the real estate is owned by white folks that bought buildings in our community 20, 30, 40 years ago and have not reinvested and let the buildings become dilapidated and have not got any code enforcement fines, where you have black homeowners and black small businesses that are getting fined for their businesses. Those businesses that own property on 29th Street or any area in a black community, if they have not reinvested and made that better and take that blight away, the city needs to find them, foreclose on their property, because they're bringing the value down of our community. It's not us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, next speaker, please state your name, and if you could spell it.
Elvis Piggott, Elvis Piggott. One of most definitely very, very tough meeting today with hearing facts. We all know cultural sensitivity is necessary and important. While I have no problem personally with Councilman Dean Felder, I truly have a direct personal problem with the statement thug. Because we understand that that is a statement that is typically, have always been used for an African American person. A thug is a bad person by definition, or a bully, especially a violent one. A thug might break in someone's house, but it says something like this: it's hard to reason with a thug, since they rather intimidate or personally hurt people than talk. That definition looked like Tampa Police Department to me. It seemed to be when we talk about thugs and looting and the riots and the things that took place, it's not acceptable. But I have a problem with being disingenuous and selective energy. Because if you're gonna have outrage, you should have outrage with the thugs in blue. They also a problem in this city. While we was talking about the mayor and the chief being out there protesting on Filing 56, I was there too. I was there also to see that the Tampa Police Department decided to drive their car in the middle of protesters. I was also there to see that while one of the protesters was getting very hostile and excited simply because that's the passion of Black Lives Matter, I stepped between him while he was in front of the police officer to just make sure that he didn't get himself in trouble and make the officer of Tampa Police feel no type of way. What happened when I did that? Tampa police officer pushed me to a car. It was Hillsborough County Sheriff Department that looks at him and say, that's Pastor. But my problem goes, do you have to be a person of name, or could everybody be treated right? I think that the most definitely, the very outrage here in this Tampa area is the looters. Oh my God. But I wish for once that we can take that same energy and be just as outraged as the mistreatment of black people in Tampa. Let's not talk about Minnesota. We all know Tampa Police Department has a problem. We all know. I watched the video that was sent to me with the Tampa police that's still on the force, dragging a woman from the car to Orange Road Jail, dressed like she was a rag doll cross, and nothing ever happened. We're not saying things won't happen, but what we are saying is when they happen, action should be taken as if it matters. What the action took place at Tampa General Hospital, as the councilman alluded of, action should take place. It should not. Why do it have to have so much investigation? Because I can remember, and I'm recalling that if I walked out there and pushed somebody Caucasian on the ground, I don't think Tampa police will come and wait to find out what actually happened. I think when they show up, they'll already know. And I say to you, Councilman Dean Felder, regardless of what your intentions, have some culture sensitivity. Find other terms is disrespectful.
Thank you very much.
Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Thank
Councilman
you.
Dingfelder.
Elvis, if I could, I will apologize to you, sir, because I respect you tremendously. When I grew up, I watched old movies, okay, mobster movies, and they used to call people thugs, okay? They weren't black people. They were mobsters. They were white mobsters. So when I use the term, I use it to make reference to criminals. If that term is now taken on a meaning to refer to black people, then I wasn't aware of it, and I apologize for that. However, I will condemn anybody who broke into those stores and looted and rioted as criminals, okay? And in that regard, I apologize to you and anybody else that might have been insulted by any racial insensitivity on my part. I was not aware. That's my own fallacy. However, you know me, sir, and you know my background, and you know where I stand, and every week at this dais, I am fighting for the rights of minorities, and anybody here who watches these meetings knows it. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, if you could state your name and please spell it for the record.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Pointer, and it's spelled, the last name is spelled Poynor, P as in Paul. First of all, I want to say that I had no clue I was going to end up in the middle of this. And so I'm like a little commercial break, but this is also very, very important to the community that surrounds me. I also want to state my personal disposition. We do need to take action. Black lives do matter, and white privilege is real. Anyway, I'm a licensed realtor. I'm here to speak to you about south of Gandy. I only take listings from military families. I operate primarily south of Gandy. I'm a 23-year Army spouse. I've helped hundreds of people who are relocating to MacDill find homes in our area. I have lived south of Gandy since 2012. I'm here today to ask the council to revise or amend the Tampa Comprehensive Plan of 2016 to better protect those of us who live in SOG. The comp plan has showed the projected population of South Tampa as 78,000 2040 in 2040. We are already 13,000 people past the projection for that area. And that's according to the Planned Hillsborough website. MacDill's statement, and in addition, not only has our community grown exponentially, but MacDill's economic statement says that there are 23,000 people who work on that base. There's only 527 houses on that base, so they drive through our community every single day. They are clogging up our arteries, West Shore, Manhattan, Dale Mabry, MacDill, and most notably, Bayshore. MacDill traffic is dramatically different than the rest of Tampa because we don't, the gates at MacDill dictate when their highest flow is. Their gates open 5 and 6 a.m. in the morning, and they close at 8 a.m., which means any traffic studies that are done of that area are missing out on prime drive time for our community. Traffic is not supposed to be a consideration when looking at changes to PD, but I would challenge you that in 2017, Dale Mabry, the medians in the middle of the road below Gandy were replaced with $1 million worth of funding, befuddling to me. But anyway, they replaced them in 2017. FDOT has requested and sent out notifications in the last 6 months that they want to rip out $1 million worth of work. And today that $1 million, it just makes my skin crawl to know that they're going to rip it out, which will make traffic traveling from east to west even worse. And we can't fix a community center. I'm sorry, I've digressed. I stand here today not as a single individual, but I represent hundreds of folks who live south of Gandy, and they're too nervous to speak publicly. They're too busy to speak publicly. They're not sure how to speak publicly.
Thank you very much. All right, next speaker. Your name and if you could spell it, please, for the record.
Hello, everyone. Honor to everyone here. My name is Kiana Jones, K-E-I-O-N-A, J-O-N-E-S. I am a 28-year-old woman living here, born and raised in the city of Tampa. I would like to just share something with everyone, my request. For one, I would like to say that we shall rise. We will not be oppressed for another 400 years, not even another 100 years. I'm going to speak personally, and then I'm going to speak for everyone. My father has been incarcerated since I was 12 years old. He has a life sentence, and he has not killed anyone. And I don't think that's right. I think that, speaking for the youth, speaking as a fatherless child, our fathers do not need to suffer with those sentencing. I believe that they should, if they do a crime, they should do the time, but not that much time for something that does not deal with killing a person. I believe that they should do prison time, but they also should be given sentenced to like rehabilitation centers and also mental health centers, because the mind is where everything happens at. A lot of times our fathers are in prison and they come out and they are worse because they didn't get the mental attention that they needed. So throwing them in prison is really not the answer. It's not the only answer. It's not enough, because a lot come back on the streets and be more dangerous and then do more bad things. So they need better help than just throwing them in prison. Also, speaking personally, my father has a 16-year-old daughter that he has never met. She suffers with depression because she doesn't have a father, and she deserves, her life matters too. My request for everyone is this: we need to retrain all officers, especially those who have been known to use excessive force, place officers that have 2 or more complaints on desk duty, audits of officers' files done by an outside independent company, cross-train different judges from different states so we have a choice of who we would like to hear our case. I'm going to end it with that. Also, for everyone, including our leaders, all colors and all nations are all races, we must stop being so sensitive of words. We have to stop being sensitive of words. If you act like something, that's what you are being called. Stop being sensitive of words. We shall rise. We are one, and we all matter.
Thank you very much. And we have a few empty seats. If there's anyone outside that's waiting to speak, if they'd like to come in, we have at least 4 or 5 seats available that I see. 4 seats. Go ahead, sir. If you could please state your name for the record and spell it.
How you doing? I don't really think my name is important. You can just call me Vessel, V-E-S-S-E-L. What I want to say is, where we have to start at is with the youth. You know, we've had our time. The youth is our future. And with that said is, when it comes to these parks and recreations and the coaches that volunteer to coach these children, They're the ones that are in the community that see these kids day to day, on a day-to-day basis. And with that said is those kids really adhere to them more because they see them on a regular basis. They're more familiar with them. They're more used to them. They're more adamant to speak to them. And I say that because there's some rule that's go around where if you have a violent charge, and it may not even be that heinous crime or nothing like that, or you may have, it don't even have a child charge and you can't coach any kind of little league sports in the city of Tampa. I don't know if it's something that the city of Tampa made up. I don't know if that's a state situation, but however, I do know this. I do know that when you deal with kids from the aspect of the neighborhoods or where they come from, people who have been to prison, people who have felt the police brutality, people who has felt racism, people who has felt all that kind of stuff, those are the ones that they relate to. They don't relate to the people that's sitting up in the desk, that's sitting on their soapbox or anything like that. I'm just being 100 with you. And if you come there with a suit on, or if you come there with your pastor collar, they don't want to hear nothing really from you. And I'm there with them day to day, so I know exactly what they're saying. And the questions that if they were here, the questions they would ask is, why do they kill people that look like us? That's the question they would ask. You see what I'm saying? We can sit up here and we can say things. I stand with Diane Hart when she say that we've been listening enough, we've been talking enough. Y'all can hear us, but are y'all really listening? Because the action needs to be taken. You understand what I'm saying? It ain't, we can say and do a lot of things. We can sit up here and have meetings, write stuff down, write petitions down, and ain't nothing being done. The actual thing that'll be done is when y'all start acting. On my personal opinion, I have nothing against, no prejudice against the gay community, but the mayor of Tampa, the same energy she had to have the gay community to look the same way, to look as equally, that's the same energy she needs to have as far as Black Lives Matter. You see what I'm saying? She took all her energy to make sure that the gay community would look equally, and black people want that same energy from her. And I don't know if she can hear this, I don't know if she hear it, but I'm just letting her know. Have nothing against it, nothing against her or whatsoever, but that same blood pressure that y'all have when y'all are adamant about doing something, that's how the black people feel right now. And I understand it should have been a protest, but yet it was a looting and rioting that took place. At the same time with George Floyd, it was supposed to be an arrest and not a murder. And I'm done.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Councilman Goods?
From the privilege. Directed to Chief Bennett, I think we're still working on the plan for recreation, and I think the Sports Commission that I asked to be looked into as a part of that, correct? That probably will deal with some of the issues about coaching. We still working on that, correct?
Yes, sir. John Bennett, Chief of Staff. Not only are we working on that, but the mayor has also instructed us to look at the hiring guidelines, which will parlay into some of the other opportunities. And we just talked about that this week, and she's working with the budget office to put some money aside to increase those opportunities for those that have not been able to get hired or put into other youth programs. So we're on it.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. My name is Bishop Michelle B. Patty, P-A-T-T-Y. There was a meeting where over 200 people came in peace, and that was at the Fair Oaks meeting, asked you to use their tax dollars to tear the Fair Oaks Center down. We have come week after week, month after month, and now we've gone into years. It has taken a riot in some instances now for you all to say we need to talk. We have been talking. We need some action. Let's start with building Fair Oaks. Secondly, police chiefs all over the country is saying there should be police reform. We haven't heard that yet here in the city of Tampa. Now, police reform should start with citizens of the neighborhoods being a part of that the police protect. We also need a real citizen review board, not like Bob Buckhorn, the mayor, former mayor, he handpicked the people that is on that board. We need community grassroots people to be on the citizen review board. We also need subpoena power on that board. We need to be talking about incidents before it become a George Floyd. We also need to look at the fact that talk is cheap. The community, when I stood in the midst of those young people, in the midst of old people, of all nationality and colors, I could not say with confidence that things are well here in the city of Tampa, because they watch us come to city council and beg and plead and got nothing done. Now, I want to make a clarification about what happened at Tampa General Hospital, because I don't want them to use this as a focal point, not to do what they were supposed to do. There was a bad incident that happened. That morning, I texted the mayor, Jane Castor, and I reached out to the chief of police. Within 20 minutes, we did have Major Calvin Johnson. He called me not once but twice. He talked with the victim not once but twice. There is an investigation. However, Councilman Goods is correct. That officer need to be removed from being on duty, because the victim was not just property was hurt. This victim had to also go to the doctor. The victim physically was hurt. So this cop that initiated this was out of control. Didn't listen, didn't do anything, and hurt this victim. But what was hurtful to me, when the mother stood there watching her child be handcuffed, and she kept saying, all I can see is George Floyd. She was hollering, please, don't kill my child. Don't kill my child. So right at Tampa General, we almost had a George Floyd incident. So it needs to be thoroughly looked at, but I'm not so much all about the investigation. I'm about the end solution. Because we investigate, and what happened? They're justified. So the people want some action now. They want you all to really hear us. Don't be, I hear you, and then we talk, and then it goes away. It is time to show the people that we are all in this together. And if we're all in this together, then these are not things that's so hard that we cannot do. Grassroots participation is what's necessary.
Thank you very much. Ms. Burton, wait, they have to sanitize the lectern. Go ahead, ma'am. If you could please state your name for the record and spell it, please.
Yes, Connie Burton, C-O-N-N-I-E-B-U-R-T-O-N. First of all, let me just say that this agenda, we need to start over. You can't witness what you've seen throughout this country and we move like business, move forward with a business as usual model. It's only one thing in here that I would support, and that's item 36. Well, we need to have a citizen participation in every decision that you all making. You're moving big old money around under COVID-19, but we see where progressive mayors are doing things right now to alleviate the issues that's in front of us. People want to talk about, they got a problem with rioting, but when I look at that flag, it got blood stains all over it. Every action, every time you honor your veterans, they didn't go with a bouquet of flowers to handle the business of the United States. They left blood on the ground everywhere they went. And so when I see our community that have been crying out, and we are to the point of being tired and sick and tired, I ain't got no problem with nobody taking a TV, not one person, because I know their name. We say their names, not just the George Floyd, but also Tamir Rice, also Laquita McDonald, also Jordan Davis, too many to name, that our children don't have no future. We don't know from day to day. So thievery and stealing and rioting and theft is part of the American way. Oh, yes, sir. You can shake all you want to, but that's how it roll out. Because you stole us. And you're still getting dividends off it, because that's why we see this gross inequality in America. That's what's happening. You know it. We come down here every week. We see all this expenditures going, body cameras. What good it would be if there's nothing written in here about accountability? How would we follow to make sure that there's tied to the PBA agreeing that if they turn off their body camera, something will happen to them? Where's the economic arm for the community that is dying, not just from COVID-19, but all of the pre-existing neglect that you know is happening? You all know it's happening. And then we get chastised and looked at like you don't give a damn about nothing. But you want to make this city the next great city? It cannot be. It cannot be. I am so thankful for all of these young white protesters, because if they was not there in this protest, we would be dead. That's the history of America. We 100 years away from Black Wall Street. You know how that happened? White people looting, killing, destroying everything that we had. Why? Suspicion. Black man looking at a young white girl. 19-year-old boy. That's your history. That's who you are. And we need to see a change from the top down. We are not going to go away, and we are not going to be quiet.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
it's possible we can get a count of how many more,
The
speakers
last
we
number I
have?
had was 17. Lisa, do you have an update?
Yes, so everyone that is in the room now is here for public comment. I have no one else waiting outside for public comment.
All right, thank you very much. I'm sorry? Oh.
Yes.
Who is going to be speaking? If you would just raise your hand, just so we have a number. If you're speaking for public comment, if you're in line for that. All right. Sir, go ahead. If you could please state your name and spell it for the record.
Hello. My name is Trey Steinhoff, Treysteinhoff. I'm a USF graduate. I've lived in Tampa for 10 years now. I'm a nonprofit founder. I'm an active member of the arts scene here and the business scene here. And I apologize in advance if I get emotional here, but first off, you should be listening to the black voices in this room, and I shouldn't have to be saying this. And I didn't intend to say this, but as a lawyer, you should know the importance of words. It shouldn't take people yelling at you to acknowledge that. You should look yourself in the mirror, because that's what I'm trying to do, and that's what all white people need to be doing right now. And I've watched you, the representative from South Tampa, browse your phone for the vast majority of this. The video's going to show that. Listen to these people. I watched police officers tear gas people for no reason. I watched police officers drive through crowds of peaceful protesters. I also watched some good police officers let people jump on their car, let kids jump on their cars so they could take pictures. They're not all awful. And we shouldn't condone like looting, but to de-emphasize the reason it's happening is immoral. You should listen to these other people. I get what you're trying to say, and I appreciate you going back on the word thug. But we can't be focusing on that. We should be focusing on the root of the problem. On the docket today, you have something about an economic advisory committee that talks about equal opportunities and helping these people that are disenfranchised. We should be pushing that through. We should be doing what we can to enact body cameras, but that's the first step, right? Just like the woman before me said, we need to put systems in place to make sure that there's accountability past body cameras. And let me make one analogy, and I'll stop, because there are a lot of people that need to talk that deserve to talk more than I do. On this docket, we have things about the pandemic, we have things about single-use plastics, and we have things about money going towards body cameras, right? The pandemic, single-use plastics, and a lot of the injustice that's happened in this country are non-obvious to a lot of people because they don't see them up close and personal. It took people dying for us to see the pandemic, and it's going to take pollution spilling into the streets for us to see the problems with single-use plastic, and it's taken rioters and protesters, and yes, looters, to make us have this conversation right now, to make someone like me, a 26-year-old white man with all the privilege of the world, come here and feel like I need to say something to you people. So let's do better.
Thank
Mr.
you very
Chairman?
much. Councilman Goods.
Let me just say something. Councilman Dingfield has always been a good friend to me. And I know he didn't mean what he said. It might have misinterpreted, just as I misspoken before. Didn't know what I was saying at times or offended people. And that's the problem in this country. We have to learn these new buzzwords. We have to understand what they mean. When I used that word months ago, that was a word that several words that just common in the community. Some of the common words now hurt. So I accept Councilman Ding's apology to the public because he stood up for me when I was attacked when I used the word that offended folks. So I accept his apology publicly. And he understands, he works with me all the time. He defends our black community. He leads the charge when it comes to minority businesses. He scrutinizes every moment, every minute. I see Mr. Spearman in the back, and Mr. Spearman gets several calls, Mr. Dingfield, I know he does, to scrutinize contracts. So my friend, I stand with you. I understand the situation you're in right now. But again, I accept your apology publicly. And again, I stand with you.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Councilman Citro.
I too was in a learning situation. I posted about being arm in arm with protesters this weekend. And my message was to convey that everybody was there. All skin colors, black, brown, white. And I wanted to include Asians and Native Americans. And I used the words yellow and red, not knowing that they were offensive to some people. I apologize to my legislative aide, who is Asian American. Councilman Dingfelder, I also accept your apology. We all have to learn the optics and the narratives of the words we use. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, if you could state your name, please, and spell it for the record.
My name is Natasha Artis, spelled Natashaartis. And I'm very, very, very nervous because this is not something I've ever done before. But I listened to, from out in the hallway, the narratives that have been painted, I guess, in the room the whole day. The one thing that goes, that's just really in my spirit at this time is I feel very strongly that if we do not leave this place today with at least one plan of action, one thing that we are going to do, if we leave this place today, this conversation, this energy, this passion, all of it will be lost. So my intent, I don't know if it's appropriate or not. If it's not, let me know and I'll have a seat. But my intent is to share my 3 minutes with you and ask you, what can we walk away with today that we know we're going to do, we know who is going to be appointed to do it, we know when we're going to do it. Couple of things I heard in the room, just as suggestions, was relationship with the police chief, Building Fair Oaks, Citizen Review Board, Economic Committee. What can we do today? And who can be responsible? And when can we follow up with it?
Well, ma'am, I'm truthful to it. You know, we have a strong form of mayoral government. So we can make motions as a reference to things that we like to see, and that goes to the administrative body, and they come back to us and tell us. So I can't tell you that, I can just only tell you nothing that you asked for will be in place today because it has to go to the administration portion with the mayor's office. So I have to be candid and just tell you that. But anything that you feel recommendation, we can always look at and make a motion to something that we feel. I've got some motions I'm going to make to talk about some of the things you are talking about that will go to the administration. So I just want to let you know that it can't happen today.
Well, I know that, but I'm just saying, just a commitment to
yes,
it. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, if I may take
Councilman
up the
Vieira.
30 seconds to those 3 minutes. Thank you, ma'am. Just a couple things I talked about in the beginning that we can discuss at the end. Number one, talking about we are going to be voting today on body cameras, something that we, again, like I said, we should have had years ago, in talking about policy in terms of making sure that they're actively used. We can be talking about the work that our colleagues, Councilman Goods, Councilman Carlson, Councilman Citro, through the leadership of Michael Stevens, began in our charter review committee with implicit bias training, getting more specifics and specificity on that. Who's doing the training, the substance of the training, et cetera. We can talk about continued community engagement with TPD in the community and what we as council can do to further be involved with that. We can talk about containment policies, like I brought up in my opening remarks. I know Chief Dugan's going to be here. We can talk about some of the things that happened a couple of nights ago and things that prospectively the city of Tampa could do to improve those relations. So those are 4 things, more than 30 seconds, but that we can talk about. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you
and
very
your
much.
stuff was very informative. Out of all the speeches that were made, it's very informative. So thank you so very much. And one question, as a citizen who doesn't know much of this, how do I keep up with the progress on that? Just keep following city council meetings?
My aide, Brandon, who is here somewhere, God bless her, she can get with you and we'll get you my information. We'll get the chair's information and we'll keep you abreast.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Who am I looking
She'll come to you. God bless her. She's around here somewhere.
Thank you very much. And just a quick note, after we finish public comment, if we could take a 10-minute recess, use the restroom and whatnot, so. Because we're going on 2 hours straight, and then we go right into the agenda. All right, ma'am, if you could please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Tamda McCray, Tanda MCCRAY. Good morning, or should I say evening? I didn't come here to yell or to scream. I'm a solution person. I'm a mother and I'm a grandmother. I spent 25 years as a nurse, but I saw a need in our community. I changed my career. I'm a student, current student right now at USF studying criminology. Talk is cheap, talk and change come from both sides, but I'm a history person. And in the first half of the century, Florida led the nation with the highest number of lynching per capita. Time and time again, the black community has been under siege. In 1920, Ocoee, Florida, then again in Rosewood in 1923. Now, a lot has changed, but a lot has remained the same. We're never going to change if we can't have an open dialogue about what is going on in the community. We have inequality, not just racial inequality, but economic inequality, educational inequality. If you want to kill a nation, you kill their kids. I have sympathy for the Floyd family and all the other people that have passed to pave this way for me to have this understanding to be here. My concern is the youth. Our youth is disproportionately represented in the criminal justice system. They don't get the same opportunity that white kids get. They haul them off from school straight to jail. And now they're labeled. If we want to change and make change, we can put down all the laws and all the policies we want. But if we don't change this, see, change starts in the mind and it touches the heart. We have to have empathy for the young black kids that are living in these underprivileged neighborhoods. I see it all the time. I came from the 60s era, when my mom told us, if you see a car coming down the street like I said, up in the backwoods of Georgia, if you see a car coming down the road, you get off the highway, or you run the risk of being raped or killed, because that's the era that I grew up in. But what that era did not do was harden my heart. I can love my brother and my sister. My God asked me, am I my brother's keeper? Yes, I am. And I have a charge to keep. And that charge to keep that I have is to make sure that the generation that come after me It's better, and I leave a better world than the one that I lived in. And right now, it's like we have took 20 years back. And like I said, I'm a solution person. So I'm asking the city, as a person that's getting ready to come into the criminal justice system, when an officer commits a crime, the officer should be charged as any other regular citizen. As any other regular citizen. There should be no, I got to go through all this administration, if you can bear with me a few more minutes, that we can go through this administration process. There is no process when somebody dies. There is no process when somebody's getting choked. There is no process when somebody getting beaten. If I beat my child, you're gonna arrest me for abusing my child. That's what I'm trying to say. We're losing our young people. Black men are 50 times more likely to die at the hand of police than anybody else, than heart disease, than cancer. I know I'm running out of time, but like I said, I'm a research person. And I'm gonna leave my research with you guys so y'all can look at it.
All right, if you could hand it to the gentleman in the suit with his hand up.
Let's focus on what we can do. We can make a lot of changes right now. We can suspend these officers and then do our investigation. I know that the mayor getting ready to have, I speak loud anyway, thank you, getting ready to do the body cameras. The first time an officer goes to a scene and that camera's not on, they should be terminated. And the biggest thing that we can do, the biggest change that Tampa, the city of Tampa can ever do for their citizens, if an officer get more than 3 infractions on their record, they need to be terminated. Not just terminated, lose their license. Because me as a nurse, if I commit a major offense against a patient, the board of nursing gonna take my license. And if the doctor do the same thing, the doctor gonna lose his license. And if a lawyer do the same thing, they're gonna lose their license with the board. Same thing should apply to officers. And even think about making us do lie detector tests. Have you ever been affiliated with any kind of gang or militia? That'll wean out some of the bad. I want to thank you, God bless you, and have a good day.
Thank you very much. Who was the last speaker, Debbie? Okay, so we have a few more. All right. Go ahead. And please state your name for the record, and if you could please spell it.
Hello, my name is LaRonda Thomas, LeRonda, I'm not going to be up here long. All I need to know is, and I'm getting emotional, what do I tell my son? When I've had the conversation where pay attention to the officer, do what they say. But even when you do what they say, you still have the threat of dying. So what do I tell my children? What education do I give them to deal with officers? I've had situations where I've been mistreated by officers and all charges have been dropped, but because when they come on the scene, they have no understanding. They don't want to hear anything anybody has to say because they're right and you're wrong. So what do I say to my son? What do I tell them? And no one is bashing you, but I want to give you a reference point. I'm going to go to Tupac. With your thug word, it is a buzzword. Thug means the hate you give. So when you use that word in a hateful way, that is what you're going to get back. You can use a different word to describe them. I definitely agree with you. All that was not necessary. A TV does not equal a man's life. It doesn't. But you have to understand that these people are volatile. Their emotions are up here. So they're going to use anything that you say that is not matching this right here to use against you. So then if you come and say thug, 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 they're not going to want to hear anything else you say after that. So just think about that, okay? Like, I love you. I love you because you're a child of God. I love you. I love all of you. I've worked with Mr. Orlando before. All of you guys are awesome, but you need to account for what's going on here. What do I tell my son? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Laniya Thomas. That's LENIYATHOMAS. So when I first came here today with my mom and my grandma, I didn't plan on speaking. But as I sat and listened to the other people that came before me and listened to you guys, I felt it a great injustice to not come and speak on behalf of my generation. The other night, after seeing like all of the looting stuff going on, after like people just doing whatever, I sat on the phone with one of my friends crying because, like my mom said before me, what do we tell my brothers? Like, I'm 16. I fear for him, my dad, my grandparents, my grandfathers, my uncles, when they go out every day. My dad, he still has to go to work. When he gets in his car, when he gets in his truck, how do I not know he's not coming back later on that day? What am I supposed to think when there's people out here, police officers, like my grandma said, there's not all bad ones. There's not, because I've even spoke to some even spoke to me. They're not all bad ones. But when you get pulled over, you never know which one you get in that car. You never know if that moment when you get pulled over, if that's gonna be the end of your life. You never know. And like people not understanding, like, yes, we're angry. I'm angry. I'm black and in America, a country where people don't understand. They don't want to listen. I'm sorry for getting emotional, but it's hard when you're scared every day to go out just because like you never know. You might die. Like, people out here getting hurt, not even just black people, white people, Latino people, Native Americans, Asians. We're all getting hurt because we're standing up for something that we believe in, and it's not fair. Because the same thing that y'all believed in back in the days when y'all, like the lady said, when Black Wall Street, what happened to y'all? Nothing. And it's not fair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Sure. Good morning. It's Edwin Narain, Edwin. I have a good friend that texted me, and when I told him I was going to come down here and he said to me, you know what, Ed, be smart, be a leader, don't get emotional. And I respect that opinion, but I can't help but be emotional today. That young lady in the conversation that I've had to have with my daughters is one that millions of people around this country are having right now with their children about being angry and afraid and upset. And while I did come here to talk to you about body cameras, I put down a couple of notes because as a longtime resident of this city, I'm angry. And every single one of you up there should be angry. Every elected official in this town should be angry because what we are seeing from some of our elected officials right now that are saying one thing and doing something else is the height of hypocrisy. Now, I'm going to tell you like this. On Tuesday night, people were gassed in this great city. Rubber bullets were fired on peaceful protesters that were downtown Tampa. And you know what the shame is? The shame is I called several of you. We all had great productive conversations, but none of you knew that that type of force was going to be used in this city. The National Guard was called in here on Sunday. The county commission didn't know. The sheriff didn't know. The council didn't know. What is going on in Tampa right now? I'm going to be honest with you. The idea that we're going to shift the narrative from black people fighting for their rights to exist and to simply be in this country to whether or not you support law enforcement and all this other stuff, that is not the argument and discussion we're to have right now. People are angry, and I want to be clear that they have a right to protest, and every action that this city takes needs to reflect that. Now, I'm going to tell you like this. I read the media story yesterday, and it said that there were 3 different groups in downtown Tampa Tuesday night, and that they were warned successively 3 different times. But it was in 3 very distinct places. Read between the lines. Right at the Boren Bridge next to this building was one of the places they were warned. Well, you know what else? There was a Facebook Live video that my wife and I were watching that night where they were surrounded by the police and couldn't move out of the way if they wanted to, those peaceful protesters. So my question for the council, because I want to be as productive as I can be, and please forgive my anger, as a former elected official, I know what you're going through right now. But we need to be asking ourselves, why was force used to break up a peaceful protest? I saw the garbage can with the bricks. Come on, one incident that happened, 3 different places in the city. Look at that media story. Second, what are the guidelines for people to peacefully protest? What are they? And how have they been communicated to the citizens of this city? Because I assure you that of the majority of the people that were out there on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, if you tell them what the rules are, they will follow those to the best of their ability. But we have turned this story into looters and the people that are distracting from the actual movement that's taking place right now. That's not what this is about. Finally, I just want to give y'all some ideas. This council should demand a report about what happened Tuesday night. There was a press conference, but as of yesterday afternoon, several of you members couldn't tell me what happened because you didn't hear from the administration. That's wrong, guys.
Mr. Chair, give the
Yes, sir.
deference to State Representative Lorraine to continue, please.
Of course, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll wrap up as soon as I can here. And if you're going to pass a resolution today, you should pass a resolution that encourages the state attorney and the mayor's office to drop the charges that those people that were protesting for were given on Tuesday night, the unlawful gathering charge. Finally, I'm going to say something that I never said before on the Citizens Review Board. But I do believe in this time, in this era, with everything that's going on with black people, that Citizens Review Board should have subpoena power. It's a change from something I believed in the past, but right now, that power needs to be put back in the hands of the people. You all are good men, and I know your hearts. I know you want to do what's right. I know that. But right now, it is your job on behalf of the citizens of this city to demand accountability about what happened on Tuesday night and every use of force in this city. Again, I can't help but be emotional. And I'm going to continue to raise my voice on this issue as simply a private citizen. No jacket, no suit, no tie, whatever needs to be done to ensure that that young lady that just spoke, my little girls, your grandkids, all have a better society. We're not going to leave this world like this the way it is. Thank y'all. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir, if you could please state your name and spell it for the record.
Colin Sherwin, C-O-L-L-I-N, Sherwin, S-H-E-R-W-I-N. I think this is a time when a lot of white people need to be doing more listening than talking, so I'll be brief. I worked with Ed on getting a petition out there about the body cameras earlier this week. And I was, first of all, to those who signed, some of them might be in this room, thank you. I think it showed that this community was really behind making that change as quickly as possible. I know these budgets are tough right now, and they're gonna get worse. And it's gonna be the worst thing that we've seen as a city since the Great Recession. But the priority that's being shown to make sure that our people of color and all citizens, as well as the police, are being protected, I think is just a positive. And it's something that we can all come together on. So I wanna thank you. I wanna thank Ed for working with me on that. And to everybody out there, I'm going to shut up and listen again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next speaker, please, if you could state your name and please spell it for the record.
My name is Jadaquan Williford, J-A-R-T-A-Q-A-R-O-N. Williford, W-I-L-L-I-F-O-R-D. And I'm glad to be here to represent my generation and the generation behind me. I've been in college in Tampa. I've been harassed a lot of times. Car ripped up on my way to class. And I don't want my emotion to be confused or to be switched. I'm allowed to feel this way. But I'm gonna leave this message here. Our generation and the generation behind me coming up is more diverse, more talent, more informed, more tolerant. In the generation behind us, we are smart, energized, connected, and ready to build a country and society where everyone feels safe and protected by the emotional here. Protected by institutions of our democracy. We have learned to work together and to promote better future. even when such a possibility seems hopeless and out of reach. By actively acknowledging and protesting the racism that has long defined our nation's history, our generation, the generation behind us, is providing the hope that we all need. So listen to us, because what's going to happen when you don't listen to us is going to go to war. You have police, like the gentleman said. You guys was pouring tear gases. I've been out protesting, not sitting at home. We put you guys in this seat. And I challenge everybody in this room to hold them accountable, because you are leaders. And if we can't be led by you, why are you here?
Thank you very much. Debbie, who is the last speaker? All right, so that makes 4 people total, and then we are going to take a 10-minute break. Go ahead, sir. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Beau Robichaux. That's B-E-A-U-R-O-B-I-C-H-A-U-X. I wanted to take a moment right now to acknowledge all the pain I've heard coming from the people in the room. I wanted to acknowledge the community leaders who are all working hard trying to resolve this situation. And I wanted to acknowledge the good faith effort the City Council is making to end police brutality in our community. Many of these efforts are going to fall short without sufficient funding. At this moment, every city, county, and state government is facing a budget shortfall due to COVID-19. At this moment, our city is spending the money it needs to end police brutality, housing people in jail who are only there because they cannot afford bail. At this moment, people in New Jersey and Washington, D.C. are not facing that problem. And the people in Washington, D.C. and New Jersey aren't facing the people who are getting arrested. They are still showing up for trial at the same rate as people who are being incarcerated because they can't afford bail. And the folks who have gotten out, they are happier, they are leading more productive lives, and their city and county governments have saved money doing so. So I'm asking this council to help the push to end cash bail in our community, to save the money so that we can afford to end police brutality, and just come up with the money to do so. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Ronald Hall, H-A-L-L, and as you can probably tell, I wasn't planning on being here to speak. I was taking my morning walk along the river walk, and I saw the policeman, was thanking them for their service and apologizing to them for all the things that they've had to put up with here in the last week and a half. And they said something, well, if you got something to say, why don't you just go inside? So here I am. I heard a gentleman few speakers before say, you know, that we need to make progress. We need to move ahead. Well, I am of the age where I remember Little Rock Central. I remember the President of the United States at that time, Eisenhower, sending in federal troops. I can remember that at that time, blacks, of course you weren't called blacks at that time, had to sit in the back of a bus. I can remember when they had their own water fountain. I can remember when they had their own restrooms. I remember they had their own schools. These were not right. These were not good times. But today, they're better times. Will they get better in the future? I certainly hope so. But one thing I noticed when I came in here is that there are rules. And I see that you're very particular about having those of us who are out here follow those rules. 6 feet apart, 3 minutes to talk. I am positive that if I decided that I wanted to break up and start talking here in the middle, I would be asked to leave. And if I didn't leave, I'm pretty sure I'd be arrested. And what I'm saying here is that you either have laws that are enforced or you don't have laws that are enforced. And all laws should be enforced. And if none are, or if one's not going to be enforced, then none should be enforced. I believe our mayor put a curfew out. I know that I'm home at 7:30 at night now. Would I have other places I would like to be? Yes, but I'm not, because that's the rule. That's the law that was put down. I don't think it's too much to ask for the rest of the citizens to obey the laws. If they want to be heard, speak out. They've said what they've had to say. My mind, I'm trying to speak for my mind, but my mind has exploded about a dozen times here in the last week and a half. And the first time it exploded was when I saw that police officer with his knee on the gentleman up in Minneapolis. It exploded. That was wrong. It was reprehensible. It should not have happened. But suddenly, what I heard was, well, we want to enforce the law, but yet this gentleman, and I guess I use that term very loosely when I speak of the police officer in Minneapolis, he's not being afforded his constitutional rights. He's already guilty. He's already being sentenced to life in prison. Do I think he's guilty? Well, of course I do. I saw what I saw. But that doesn't change the fact that we have one of the greatest countries in the world. I happen to have seen quite a bit of this world. And I can guarantee you what you're seeing here and what we're calling oppression and what we're calling police state and police brutality is nothing. I invite all of those people here who are advocating that we defund the police, spend 72 hours without the police. I've seen places where that exists. You don't want to be there. Will it get better in the future? I certainly hope so. And I'm positive that it will, because in 75 years, I've seen this world get better. And I know it will continue to get better. And it's going to take you guys and gals, I guess there's some gals, I don't, but you know, you need to pay attention. I've heard a lot of great arguments around here, and I know that you're going to take this under great advisement. But at the end of the day, you do need to be accountable, and you do need to help make sure that the public trusts you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Wait. All right, sir, if you could please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Cornelius West, and I want to thank you for having me. I want to thank the gentleman for his comments, because one thing about comments and opinions, we all can respect them. However, this generation that y'all are facing is not thinking about their future. They're not. They're not listening to your pastors. They're not listening to your leaders. They unruly Americans. You want to call them looters, you want to call them everything. They're unruly Americans, like outlaws in the Wild West. Think about what happened last week. If cops don't get convicted, we're not talking about arrests. If cops don't get convictions with what we saw, it's going to get worse. And put times 10 on that. Y'all should be scared. Where is the business leaders at? It's their business that got burned down. But they don't care about the black community. They don't care about my little boys and girls. So, y'all need to come up with a plan. America need to come up with a plan. Because Minneapolis didn't have a plan after Philando passed away, got murdered, right? 3 years later, Colin Kaepernick, the NFL didn't listen to him. So now we have Floyd. You know, all that talk about rules and laws and everything, that's out the door. You guys got to build relationships with people. Now you got to have a plan for us black people. What's your plan? And my name is Cornelius West, C-O-R-N-E-A-L-O-U-S-W-S-T, for the record. So if you don't have a plan of action, if this happened in our city, it's going to get worse. You saw these kids stole a police horse, and they laughing about it. They laughing. Y'all don't think that's serious? They stole a police armor truck. That's serious. And the white business leaders, where they at? They ain't never here. Y'all here. Where's the mayor at? Don't you think she should be here? Where is the chief of police at? Where is the prosecutor at? Those are the three main people that control our cities. And if a cop is innocent until proven guilty, he should be arrested first, right? So he's innocent. Ain't nobody saying he's guilty, but he should have been arrested swiftly. You can't wait no longer anymore. You can't take 24 hours. You can't take 48 hours. Because these kids got Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat and everything else. They're not listening to your leaders. You need someone that's going to speak the truth to them. You can't hide information from them now because they know what's happening. So until y'all come up with a plan for these young kids, you shouldn't be talking bad about them because they don't have no hope. You know, y'all should be out there. How can y'all sleep good and this going on in our cities? How can you sleep good? You shouldn't be able to sleep when people is out here killing unarmed black men for committing a misdemeanor. And your kids have, if y'all have kids that's 13 and over, they have a cell phone, right? So their friends is watching the killing on their cell phone. Your kids are watching this. Y'all filter, if your son is 11 years old, 12, 13, you don't let him watch pornography, do you? No. So, but you let him watch a man get murdered by a cop on Facebook. Just think about that.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I suggest that gentleman in the back would be our last speaker?
Yes, of course. And that's it. You're the last one. Yes, sir.
Well, I think
Wait. You have
the
one
other
more.
gentleman's in front of you, but. I'm sorry.
No problem. Go ahead, sir. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Yeah, my name is Aaron Walker, Aaron Walker. I'm a professor at one of the local institutions. I'm here in strong support of the protesters, and we need to take some pretty close attention at accountability measures for what has unfolded on our streets. It is, I agree, I think it's a dangerous problem that the mayor, the chief of police, and the prosecutor are not here today. This has unfolded in our streets. We had a curfew imposed. We had the National Guard deployed on our streets. We had tear gas deployed. We have had less than lethal, which is a convenient turn of phrase, less than lethal suppression measures, rubber bullets, tear gas, deployed without appropriate warning shots, without appropriate methodologies and means, or at least certainly not that I saw on the streets. Just as a quick reminder, tear gas is banned under the Geneva Convention. We currently are not living in a war state. We are living in something that the Geneva Convention does not allow in states of war. This is a major, major problem that has been unfolded on peaceful protesters. You all have seen it. The accountability that you all can do does actually direct your time and attention to the administration, and that's what you need to do. You need to find them in these rooms. We need to know how they've communicated these issues, what the proper guidelines are, what steps they're taking. Councilman Vera has had a set of elements that you all can vote on, and you need to. There's more. In addition to body cameras and to inherent bias training, there's a relatively recent movement called 8 Can't Wait, which is a step of 8 clear and discrete police policy measures that can be implemented immediately that will reduce violence in every community by 75, 80% in the way that the police is relating to their community. We need to do those things. We need to do them now. And I stand in strong support of the folks who have been moved through the anger of generations into the streets this week. I stand in strong support of them. I encourage you all to do the same. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. You'll be next, sir. She's just going to disinfect and clean. Now, before we get to you, we can do a 10-minute recess, or would you guys rather do lunch and get it out of the way? Because we're approaching the 12 o'clock hour and come back. Any thoughts, comments, or just keep going?
It's 11:30 now, lunch, right?
Anybody? No?
How much do you think we have after all this?
No, or, I mean,
I'll let him go.
all right, go ahead, sir, go ahead.
All right, guys, this is my grandson.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Jeremy Searles, or Sebastian Beerborn. I'm from the Ethiopian people who, when the French colonized the Ethiopian people, and brought them here. But yes, I'm one of these Ethiopian people. But I will speak on a proper matter that has been tested with time and great measure. And I will start only with a couple parables and go with the rest of what I have confounded in my wisdom. And this will be very easy to understand from the Proverbs and Psalms of Moses and Abraham. Not Christ, because he was not around when they had to prophesy before his coming. Now, and this is like he's talking about getting in the rooms and trying to get their connections. That's not, that doesn't need to be done. This is very easy to understand, and I'll break it down, but I'll corroborate on what I say off of what I've already written based on what I've promised my grandson I was going to do in Tampa, because this is my second time back. Okay, Sebastian Beerborn for the record. Inquire the synopsis, because from tendency of old age comes truth. Enthusiasm speaks to whom begat the ambient. Subdue a mix of disasters with the ribbon of the skies. Hold ransom the culprit with the pain of his vengeance. Pillars of fire resuscitate as the stratosphere expands. Bereaved of comfort on the edge of yonder's tangle, his recognition made light. Encompassing barriers through autopsy when we had no form. Ventriloquist, hyperexert, Godspeed, dismantle the surface of the dungeon, proximity like open chalice. Who can forsake the grace of spirits from which long suffering set the framework? For all that we wish, they accommodate. Many have said their ways pure, but as wealth increased, the bones of them became heavy. Using parallel to adjust, destroying garments that were made for the tender. From the depths I've heard until my mind could focus, captured the substance, the problem dissolves, agile power fixated, like chakra. Inside the womb, my bliss formed vines of rusted, steady to pause, giving heed to no grief, as to never stumble over my audacity. If wishing to be profound, I'll believe toward my excellence and sever the cords of shame. Abundance I've sought with the spirit of the bold, satisfactions of my intellect, for remorse is only doubt, wanting things for which we do not ask. Now I gain perpetual balance. For if I envy the wicked by joy, I said that part wrong. For if I envy the wicked by pride, joy annuls the process of replenishment. If I have nothing, how did the mighty plant me firm, even though the enemy conspires my life to defeat my purpose? Discontentment is blame. For those who lack faith, only among the wise is love found. For much grace is steadfast, but the man of hatred will have no remembrance in the land of the living. Now I will corroborate on what I just said. Very easy. Now the point of all that, let me do one thing on here. It's my National Guard badges. I got them on here.
Sir, you're out of time.
Oh, okay. Well, that was all, guys.
All right.
Yeah, that's pretty much the whole solution. But you got to be smart to understand the parable.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to take a... Yep. We're going to take a break. It's 11:33. How about we come back at 11:45?
Okay.
All right, we are in recess until 11:45. Do we need a roll call? All right. Roll call, please.
Here.
Here.
Carlson.
Here.
Dingfelder.
Here.
Citro.
Here.
Miranda.
Here.
Maniscalco.
Here. All right, I'm going to shift things around a little bit. I'd like to call up Chief of Staff John Bennett at this time. I know there are many people here waiting. Discussion on the body cameras. We have the Chief of Police here, and we have some other items, but just to keep things moving along. Chief Bennett.
Good morning, Chairman. Still have 5 minutes this morning. John Bennett, Chief of Staff. As requested by Council, we're going to try and move to the staff report portion of the agenda for those that are here and following along. And if it's okay with you, Chairman, I think we start in agenda order just to make sure that we don't miss anything.
All right.
The last number I had, and if I'm off, I'm sure Marty will help correct me, but we had a request for staff to report from water and wastewater, and there was a memo submitted to council, and I think that you've had that in your briefing packages. So we don't have staff here to address that based on the memo. The second item was to talk about restricting the single-use plastics. I will, when we get towards the back end of the staff report, I'll introduce our new Sustainability and Resilience Officer, Whit Reamer. But for now, that was a memo to continue that so we can get more inclusion into that process.
All right, if I could get a motion to continue that item to September 3rd.
So
Move. Chair, second. Which item is it?
This is item number 35, staff reports in the back.
Thank you.
All right, I believe Councilmember Goods made the motion, and a second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Okie dokie, go on, sir.
Thank you. Okay, with that said, we have one more specific item, 36, which we'll put towards the end of the staff reports. And in the meantime, we do have 2 walk-on items, which I will put right before item 36. And with that, we had created an opportunity with council to have an administration update, and the mayor and the administration and the chief of police thought it would be a good idea to come in and give a sequential briefing as what has been going on in the community, and give that feedback and maybe answer some of the questions that have been brought up today by council and the public. And so with that, I will turn it over to Chief Dugan, and then when he's finished, we can bring some walk-on items that are related to the police department.
Chief Dugan, would you like to speak from that microphone, or would you like to come to the center? Up to you.
Good morning, Council. Brian Dugan, Chief of Police. I think you're all aware of what's been going on in our city since Saturday night, really since Saturday afternoon when it started. I've been here this morning listening to council comments, the citizens' remarks. I think, unfortunately, what's been lost in this whole thing is since Saturday, we have had so many peaceful protests that have really just been, what you're hearing a lot of chiefs and sheriffs say, we have peaceful protests that are being hijacked by people who are taking over and just turning it into chaos and criminal behavior. And it's very unfortunate because the cause that people are angry about is getting lost in the shuffle. And we're talking about behavior instead of issues. And that is what's been so unfortunate. We've made a series of arrests. Everything's been talked about. I think I should just cut to the chase and hear your questions or your comments.
Do we have any comments or questions from any council members? Councilmember Goods?
Well, Chief, I know, being a retired police officer, I know how it is to be out there. I know these guys are working long, long hours, and they're tired. I know they're tired. I mean, we only have so many police. We got to call extra people in. But I would just ask that the officers know that this council is with them, but we have to make sure that even though they're tired, we got to go the extra mile. It's the little things that the community is upset about. I watched the video, had some concerns about it, but I did watch the video. I think we have to look at that situation again when your staff gets back and have time to look at what we could have done better. I know sometimes in the heat of battle, you gotta do what you gotta do. I do understand that. Again, it all comes back to sensitivity, cultural diversity, when you're dealing with some of the issues, especially the issue of TGH. The one officer was there, could have probably prevented some of that from happening, from my understanding. I just think that, you know, we have a system in place that we've asked about, even with our charter review, and we haven't got that done yet. I think we've gotta get that moving with the implicit bias, cultural diversity. That's very, very key. And that's the way I just see it. I think we've got to look at our use of force policies as well. I know them like the back of my hand, but I think we also have to kind of look at them now in the day and age that we're in now. Things have changed. Policing is changing now. The mindset is a little bit different for everyone. And so later on this afternoon, whenever we finish, I'm going to make some recommendations as it relates to the police department, especially as it relates to the Citizens Review Board. I think it can help us out in the beginning. There are some restraints about subpoena power. I know the rules. I said on the Charter Review Board, we can't do that because Supreme Court has ruled we can't do that. I think that there are some things we can change as it relates to the hiring. I think a review board can be able to help. People talk about the review board is a powerless board, and pretty much it is. They're just reviewing some stuff that's already been handled. But I think we've got to show the citizens that we are in an era that we want to hear their concerns. We want to make sure that we have a committee that's engaged in our processes and our policies. So I will be making some recommendations later on as it relates to the review board being a part of the use of force, reviewing those policies. I'll make a recommendation also about the hiring, that there be a committee, that committee be allowed to be a part of the hiring process too. They can make recommendations to the officers that are being hired. They can ask questions like other agencies do have. I've looked at other agencies that do have the review board. They do look at the hiring criteria. I think that's necessary. Diane Hart, a few others talked about the lack of black officers. I talked about it to media outlets the other day. Me being a black officer, I know how the House works internally. I've been there. Folks that don't get jobs, when you look at officers, or you say, well, credit. Well, that's an integrity thing. You think they might be stealing if they have a credit problem. I think, you know, with the folks asking that we have 10% of the officers that are representing 1,000 officers out of the police department, we have to look at, well, why is it? Why is it we can't get more minorities? And I want to be that review board to look at that to say, is it our criteria? Is it in this day and age, maybe we need to have a program when Sandy Freeman came in and helped me get on, and helped most of the officers that I came on with. We're all retired now. We have, you know, we all have pensions. We have, most of us still live within the city limits. And that was a good thing at that time because the community knew who the black officers were. A lot of the newer officers, the few that we have, they really don't live within the city limits. Like when I came on, mostly all of the black officers that came on lived in the city limits. And that helped out because people knew what the hell was going on. You know, we were coaching the kids. We were doing a lot of mental work in the communities. And that's what the people want to see. They want to bring some of that back. And I think it's crucial that the review would be a part of that process to look at who we're hiring. I think it's key. They can ask questions, prior history, where you live, where you're coming from. I just think it would be a good thing to have that be a part of the review board process. It's not a union issue because the union doesn't get involved until they swear their hands up and then they're police officers. So I don't think it'll be a union issue. I did bring this up with the union, by the way. I called Darla and told her that I would probably bring in some information in reference to that, that the review would be a part of that. And again, also that they'd be a part of looking at the use of force continuum, what we have going on, and be a part. I think when the community sees that the shift is changing on that review board and they can bring up some ideas and policies and work with the police department, I think it'll work better. So I will be bringing a couple of motions about that at the end of the meeting in reference to the review board.
Thank you. I appreciate that feedback. If I could just address a bit of that, is we do the bias training. It's called fair and impartial training. We're actually doing what we call our refresher course that we have coming up. Unfortunately, some of our training has been put on hold due to the COVID situation, but we do that.
Is that virtual or still on the computer? We do it on the computer?
No, this is in person.
In person?
There's certain things you got to talk. I mean, I think everybody we've all learned that this virtual stuff's kind of cool, but we need to see that body language and talk in person. You know, I'm sure you wouldn't want to depose somebody without seeing them in person and reading the body language, and that's how you truly learn and exchange the information. The hiring a black officer is something that we work on constantly. I know that there is a push for putting more black officers in the black community. But I think we also have to look at the history, and some of you have talked about that this morning, of policing the black community. You know, there was lawsuits, the Fearless Fours we had, that came before City Council that everybody honored. They had to file a lawsuit so that they could police in white communities. They weren't allowed to attend roll calls. They had to stay out back. They had to file lawsuits. These are black cops who had to file lawsuits to be able to be recognized as equals, which is why we had the problem here this past weekend in our nation. So I caution everybody, you hear it all the time, that history repeats itself. I know we have to do better, but we have to be careful of only putting black officers in black.
I agree, Chief.
I know you're
I
not
agree.
implying that, but I just, sometimes our words get twisted, and I want to point that out.
I do think that with my experience, which I do have it, is that, you know, before officers hit the street, or before they're given that badge and that gun, I do think, even in the academy, ACC, whoever's training them now, that I think they need to have a course to where they're going into communities first and meeting leaders, meeting people, understanding the culture of different communities. When you come from a affluent community and now you're working at 29th and Lake, or you work, it's a culture shock, because you've always been told the negative about those people. This bad, this and that, when you see these things. So I think you have to give people, you know, the tools out of the box and say, hey, we need you to go here first before you get to the next level, so you can understand real culture and understand why an Hispanic person talks loud and talks with their hand. That's just the way they express themselves. They're not aggressive. That's just the way they express themselves. So I think, you know, looking at those type of things, I think the review board could help with those type of things, looking at means and ways to be able to integrate everybody into every neighborhood. You know, I've been told before, I want a white officer. That's happened to me before several times. So I do get it, I understand it. I just think that, you know, communities don't get it, but that's something that we have as a city, have to let people know that we don't discriminate where a police officer goes in patrols, but we're making sure that everyone has the training so when they go to whatever community, that they're sensitive to the community, they understand that community, and they know that it can work with that community. And hopefully some of those officers can be a part of being working at some of the Little League, some of the coaches. I know it's not their community, but it goes a long way when police are working with the young people in communities. It really does.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And you as a former police officer, you know, cops have a front row seat to the dysfunctionalism of America. We have a front row seat to the racism of America. You know, and you know how many times I've been called to a neighborhood as a patrolman, and there's a suspicious person there. Well, what did he do? Well, he just doesn't belong here. Okay, I'm not stupid. I'm in an all-white neighborhood, and there's a black guy here. I see it. I know it. And how many times you just got back in your car, thank you for calling us. Do you have any more problems, you call us back, and we go on our business. We don't stop them because we know what time of day it is. You've seen it. You know, I'm sorry, so I need to stop. So next question.
Mr. Chair.
Wait, we have Councilman Citro, Councilman Dingfelder, Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, sir.
Chief, it's probably too early for numbers. Do we have any numbers related to the protests, total of arrests and or property damage?
We have 138 arrests so far. We expect to have more as we review the video of the chaos that ensued Saturday and Sunday night, some of the other ones. The issues we had over at the 30th and Bush area, we're still reviewing that. We're hoping to make more. I think once we're able to arrest more people and get control of this, the peaceful protesters can have their voice heard. You know, I think it's going to be similar to we need to take back our protest. The good people need to take back our protest, take back our streets so the voice can be heard. We're still assessing the property damage.
Okay, thank you. Of these Mr. Chair, if I may, of these 138, how many were arrested on felonies?
I don't have the breakdown of that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Dingfelder, then Councilmember Vieira, and then Councilmember Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chief. Thank you to everybody in your department for your hard work during COVID, as well as in the last week or so. It's unfortunate a lot of times people speak their 3 minutes and then they leave, and they don't think we're listening, and they don't think we hear them and we're responding. I do have a couple of questions that have arisen because of some of their statements. And some of these might come in the form of a motion later, but I appreciate the fact that you're here, so I'll go ahead and raise them. One of them, and Councilman Goods mentioned it a minute ago, in regard to diversity. I've heard that several years ago we had a more diverse department, and for whatever reason, the diversity has dropped and that sort of thing. So my motion that I'll make later when Mr. Chairman lets me is, but I'll let you speak to it if you wish a little bit more, is if that's true, number one, and what sort of aggressive plans do we have to improve on that? You know, you can't, I don't believe in looking back, you know, and moaning and groaning about what, you know, what took us to where we are today, but what can we do moving forward to make the department more diverse? My second comment came out of watching former President Obama yesterday, and he spoke eloquently as always, but he spoke to the use of force policy, and he urged every community and every police department and every city council to review their use of force policy as compared to a use of force model policy that apparently he and a group that he'd been working with had been working on and researching and developing. So I pulled this morning, what I was doing on my phone, it was probably rude of me, but I pulled the section standard policy, your policy, section 536, which includes our use of force. And I'm just wondering if you would be amenable in working with the mayor and others, and maybe in the community and maybe us, to review that use of force policy to see how it does match up with some of these other model policies that are around the country.
Yeah, of course I would. I think that would be foolish on my part to not do that. I'd be more than willing to do that. I'm very comfortable with our use of force policy, and I think where there's a misnomer is I think people feel like the use of force policy was thrown out the window for the last 5 days, and it wasn't. It was just very difficult, fluid situations, and my concern is that the last 5 days has erased all the good that our police department does in the community. We have a wonderful relationship with our community. These last 5 days have pointed out some of the problems of our relationship, but it also goes across the nation. So yes, I'd be more than willing to do that. And as far as the hiring of minority officers, I don't know if the numbers have slipped. I know we have a strong push to hire more minority officers. I think we're going to struggle across the board to get anyone who wants to be a cop right now. What I've seen, you know, all walks of life screaming at our cops, calling us murderers and terrorists and everything else. You know, it wasn't right when they did it to the Vietnam veterans. It's not right for them to do it to our cops right now. You know, I tell you that I back our police officers and I stand against racism, and you can do both, and people should not be able to be afraid to do that. But we're working on improving our minority hiring plans, and I'm open to any feedback that anyone has.
And Chief, I appreciate that. I think I saw you on television saying that you were outraged by what happened in Minneapolis. I'm outraged by what happened in Minneapolis. That, you know, hopefully the jury will be outraged and see it for the murder that it was. You segued into my last question, which was one of the speakers, I don't know if you heard it, said, you know, some bad things happened on Tuesday night in terms of perhaps a little bit of excessive police force. I'm not judging, but as long as you're here, if you're comfortable responding to that at this time, I'd ask you to speak a little bit Tuesday night. They talked about tear gas, rubber bullets, et cetera. And if you're not, we could follow up with just a more formal report at a later date.
No, it was, I was out there that night, and it was, you know, we're the guardians of the city, and, you know, we're gonna defend our city. I've said that from day one as the interim chief of police when I was dealing with a hurricane and then a serial killer, and I said from day one I would defend our city, and that's what we were doing. We were protecting and defending our city. It was not a good optic. It was ugly. You know, people would not leave. Were there people who maybe could not have gotten out of the crowd? I'm not naive to think that that's not true. You know, that went from a crowd of 300 to I think we arrested 64, total of 68, but 4 of them I think were at the interstate. We gave several dispersal orders. You know, they didn't leave. Some say that they could not get out. You know, sometimes defending your city is ugly. The optics of it all are ugly. But I do want you to know that I was there. I gave the order. It starts and stops with me. I'm responsible for it. It was disturbing to me. I called Mayor Castor and told her, I said, this is not what I want in my city. This happened on my watch. It's not my proudest moment. Although I think we did the right thing, it's not, just doing the right thing sometimes isn't the proudest thing in life. I called Sheriff Chronister first thing in the morning to get these people out of jail. How could we help process them? Not all of them went to jail. There were a few that we gave a notice to appear. I called Andrew Warren, our state attorney, and I called Julianne Holt, our public defender. And I said, how can I work with you guys to get these people out of jail? And, you know, we will work with the state attorney. We will work with the public defender's office to review these cases down the road. But now is not the appropriate time to really deal with that until we can get everything under control.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for
Thank
your
you very much.
service.
Councilman Vieira, and then we'll go to Councilman Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief Dugan, thank you for your words here today. I'll say this, that it's pretty darn easy for all of us, whether we're supportive or not, to sit up here and to talk with you about things because we aren't out there on the streets, right? It's easy for me. It's easy for all of us to do that. Why there's so many questions and so much concern is for the issues that you've just brought up, which is what happened on Tuesday evening and the specter of the First Amendment, which I know that you're obviously there on, that when folks are protesting apparently peacefully to a degree, again, there's a lot that is developing. We don't know. You're speaking about that. Maybe we'll get a report on that, et cetera. There could be troubling implications. I want to read, though, because Chief Dugan, you put out a statement on that I saluted you for about what's happening. You said, quote, I've talked to many people who are angry, disturbed, and dismayed over the death of George Floyd. This incident doesn't make all cops bad, and it doesn't make you anti-police if you are outraged over this. Wanting cops to be held accountable doesn't mean you don't support the police. I sent you a text. I'll give you the PG version, but I said, well said, sir, proud to know you, hugs. And I still feel that way. Obviously, 110%. I think that your heart's always been in the right place. You're very blunt. You know what I mean? And you kind of get it out there, and I always appreciate that. But this incident does call into question, like Councilman Dingfelder said, and I said in the beginning as well, and the number of us have talked about the use of force policy, the crowd disbursement policy, and us talking about that. Because what ultimately was the result of maybe policies in effect that were followed by the men and women on the line could potentially use some change for the betterment of our city, because you just indicated that you were, I believe it was, worried about a black eye. I don't want to put words in your mouth, or somebody said that, something to that effect, and I wouldn't want to see that happen to our city, and I would, if something were to have gone wrong 2 nights ago, to see policies that can remedy that can amend that. When former Representative Edna Rain spoke, I was very, very moved. I have a lot of respect for him, and I'll be darned if I would be dismissive of such passion. And I know you, being a good man, would also agree with that. There's the issue of Divya Kumar, the Tampa Bay Times reporter, Again, another issue that I would suggest would need some explanation, just something that, again, just presumptively on the face of it requires scrutiny, explanation, et cetera, et cetera. I think we would all agree with that in that regard. Again, what our officers are going through every single day right now is very, 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 very difficult, and I think all 7 of us know that, which is you have men and women who leave their families every single day and go out there into situations that they don't know what they're going to be facing. And maybe sometimes there are policies in place that have negative results. And I think it's incumbent upon us to look at those policies to see how situations like that potentially can be avoided, tough situations. So those are my thoughts. Again, for me, the paramount concern that I have is the safety of our police officers and first responders, and also the First Amendment, which is when there are protests that are peaceful and there are bad apples there, what way do police officers calm that down, address that? Are there different theories on that? I don't know. I'm just a lawyer and a politician. So I look for you all for guidance on that, and for this body and city for potential ways in which we can look at that. Because again, there is concern out there. We have to speak to that certainly, and to look for ways that we can affect change in that. But I appreciate your words.
Yeah, I would expect, and thank you, I would expect that as these protests continue, which they will continue, I would think the good people are going to start standing up and pointing out the bad apples and say that's not necessary, it's not productive. That it's disappointing. I can tell you on Sunday, the Black Lives Matter march that I believe you were there, Councilman Goods. Several people were there. And I've been defending the Black Lives Matter movement because in Tampa, that is not a violent movement. There were families out there of all color. That they're anti-police brutality, not anti-cop. Now I'm not their spokesman, but that's the vibe I've always got from them. That got hijacked at the end, and I can tell you there were people who told us in the crowd, there are a bunch of kids out here who have guns. And they tried to set a tire on fire. They broke into a grocery store at 22nd and MLK, and it got a little ugly out there. But I was not going to allow them to burn down the black community. I'm not going to allow any neighborhood in this city to be burned down. I will not stand by idly whatsoever and allow that type of behavior to happen. Unfortunately, it's just not always a good optic. So, but I appreciate your comment.
And yes, sir, and if I may, Mr. Chair, I think it would be incumbent, and you know this, to continue to have dialogue in the community. A number of people have called me who are good people, who were genuinely troubled by what happened 2 nights ago, and that requires dialogue, that requires potential change. Heck, just a couple hours ago, I talked about things that I could have done better in the last 3 years as a city councilman. And I said, to the extent that I could have done more on those issues, which I could have, I'm sorry. And sometimes we need to amend and reflect, et cetera, whenever it comes to policy. And I think that comes through dialogue. And I know you're a man of dialogue, and I look forward to helping in that regard, because I think that, again, the voices that we've heard of from what happened on Tuesday evening do bring up some seriously troubling issues, which can hopefully be amended through dialogue, and potentially, to the extent that procedure needs to be changed, through the reform in that regard. So we can talk about that, and I'll look for input from my colleagues, especially Councilman Goods, in that regard. Thank you.
And Tuesday night is troubling because after 8 hours and 8 miles of marching and assisting people to walk down from downtown to the Fox 13 studios on Kennedy Boulevard, all the way to back downtown, and throughout downtown, we had protests over in St. Pete. We had protests in Riverview. The mayor lifted the curfew because we thought we had everything back under control and wanted to give peaceful protest an opportunity. And as those other protests in other cities ended, well, Tampa's still doing it, let's go there. And that's what happened, and it just did not disperse. And it's going to be there's going to be a long checklist of people that your chief of police is going to have to sit down and have some awkward conversation with, and a lot of people will be there.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Councilman Carlson?
I just want to start by thanking you and your colleagues. I've thanked you all at every meeting that we've had that, we have been going through this pandemic, and you all and other first responders have been putting your lives on the line, protecting us from coronavirus, and now you're protecting protesters who, I think we agree that they have a First Amendment right to speak, and appreciate you protecting them and protecting homeowners as well. I know last night I was on the phone with you and also with neighbors in South Tampa, where there were, it was pouring down rain, and your officers were out there in the rain helping the protesters and helping the neighbors. And that does not go unnoticed and is very appreciated. And so just for any officers watching, thank you so much for all you're doing. If you look at the TampaScorecard.com, Tampa does very badly on most economic measures, but one thing that we do well is we have one of the lowest violent crime rates in the state. And so something is working in what you all are doing, and we don't want to. I remember, what was it, the early 90s when all the cars were getting stolen? I mean, there were things like that happening, and you all have stopped that. And I think most of our citizens are happy that we don't have a high violent crime rate. I listed some things earlier. Some had to do with the police. Most of them didn't. I, for the most part, hold the elected officials accountable, and now I'm one, and so the elected officials, in this case the city council and the mayor, set the tone for the police and every other department. We set the rules and guidelines for the department, and the buck stops with us if something happens. If we could have done something to prevent something bad from happening, then it's on us. And there were several things that were mentioned earlier, but and I think we've all been inundated with different recommendations. There's one group that has a list of 8 things that the police should do, and there are other groups that have 10 lists and all kinds of things that they think we should put into place. And I'm not prepared to make any motions on any of that today. Maybe my colleagues are. But one thing I would recommend is similar to the Bayshore meeting we had. I think at some point, maybe it's a week from now or 2 weeks, or maybe it's a couple months from now, but we ought to have some kind of forum where you're there, the PBA is represented, and we bring the community together to listen. We need the legal department there to talk about what we are doing. It could be that many of the things that people are asking for are already on the books. With the implicit bias training, there's a slight difference between what the community wants and what you all are already doing, and I think we're trying to bridge the gap there. But on the other things, I think first you all should get credit for, and the prior councils should get credit for whatever we already have done, and then we ought to really listen to the public and understand what else we think we need to do, but listen to the PBA and the police. When I was on the Charter Review Commission, and the community came out and said we need implicit bias training, the PBA said don't single us out, and so we passed it for all employees of the city, not just the police. And I think the feedback from everybody is important. And instead of dealing with this piecemeal council meeting to council meeting, I would rather see us at some point have a longer conversation about it, where the community come out and talk, and you all can. We can have a dialogue and we can listen, and from that, hopefully, we would get some constructive policy recommendations that we can implement as a result of it. Because, as you said, there's more than one voice. There are lots of voices. We need a dialogue. More than ever, we need a dialogue in our community, and we need to come up with concrete solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Miranda?
Thank you. I listened to everyone here, and everyone had a lot of things that they were very concerned with and brought to our attention. And I remember one individual, the guy who was walking by the convention center, he stopped an officer, and he said, "Go inside, if you got something to say." He came in. And what he said struck me right between my eyes. Why don't you have no one cops for 72 hours, see what happens? That's a stunning statement to make, because it wakes you up. What would have happened if there's no cops for 72 hours?
Chaos.
Anybody answer that?
Chaos.
It'd have been chaotic. Instead of 130 arrests, you might have had 138 dead people. I'm not saying it would have happened, but it could have happened. When I look at these things like that, maybe what we ought to do to understand what police officers go through is have everybody that we can, all the community leaders, ride with the officers for just one night shift a month. Have people in the clergy, have people in the banking industry, have people from all of society, instead of having all these committees. Show them what we do. Not I, you do, and your police officers do. So they can really understand what it is. And a city has, like Mr. Councilmember Carlton said, one of the lowest crime rates in America. When that happens, and it hasn't happened, I think the people will understand what a uniform and a badge and an oath of office is to protect the citizen. Both sides of the citizenry, no matter who you are. Are we perfect? Of course not. Are you perfect? I don't think so. No one's perfect. But there's a lack of understanding today. We're reaction on reaction on reaction on reaction, and there is no action to the reaction. I really believe that if we start a program where chambers of commerce, bankers from east side, west side, north side, every side, you get an understanding what's happening. All we do is read what is written or what we see on television. And now a story on television doesn't take 30 minutes to go in and go out because they got another subject matter to do. So whatever part of that segment you saw, that's what you caught on. And I don't see how this can be attained, but I think we should start a dialogue to have community leaders ride with the cops so that they understand what's going on. Some of us don't understand, including maybe even myself. Because what you men and women see on a daily basis, most of us don't understand because we don't see it. So when you don't see something, it's hard to solve. You men and women see it. We don't. At the end, we're the ultimate decision makers, along with the mayor. But we really don't see it. Maybe we ought to ride with the cops one day a month, see what happens, and understand what life is really about, and understand who's doing the right thing in marching, and they have the right to do that, and who's infiltrating it for the opportunity to do something else. It's not easy today living in a free country. But it's even harder to live in a country that's not free. In a free country, we have a chance to make change. In a country you have no right to make no change, you're never going to make change. You may throw it away in some areas where you'll be in Siberia for the rest of your life. We don't have that here. Thank God we don't. But we have to do something to understand what's happening. And most of us want to talk about it, but we don't want to be in the front line. I suggest that all of us ought to ride with a police officer one night a month and then come back and give a report. I'm through with committees. The committees didn't get elected, we did. So I'm open to all suggestions. Thank you.
Yes, we have several programs with the Citizens Academy. I've invited members of council to that. Many people do ride-alongs, and it is a different perspective. There's no doubt. And I think eventually more people will do that, but I think it's going to take us some time right now. When I stood here and I listened to people today, and they accused, some of them were implying that cops are racist and stuff, and some of the anti-cop rhetoric that is going, right now people are angry and they're closed-minded, and they accuse us of judging them because of the color of their skin, but yet they have no problem judging us by the color of our uniform. And so until we can break down those walls and have cooler heads, but I think it's always good to get people to come along with us and see it from a different perspective. So I appreciate that.
Later on, we'll make a motion about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've done ride-alongs, not too many, but over the last 10 years, several times through different parts of the city. The most recent one was last fall. I've ridden along with the fire department, and you either get nights where there's nothing going on and somebody may have run a stop sign. Another time with the fire department, we walked into a home of a woman whose son, the son just found her dead. She was sick, but, you know, on the couch, TV on, the dirty dishes in the sink. I mean, life just stops. And you have to ask yourself, you know, the trauma, the psychological, you know, trauma that officers or firefighters deal with day in and day out because of all they see. Right before I was with the fire department, you know, the shift began, somebody with a heroin overdose and giving them Narcan, you know, on the side of Florida Avenue. I mean, it's just, and this is daily. Daily, you don't know what to expect. You know, I appreciate the comments that Councilman Miranda made, saying that maybe we should and community leaders should ride along with the police and maybe the fire department just to get a better understanding. It gave me a better understanding. I did the Citizens Police Academy, and the scariest thing that I found of everything wasn't the car chase scenario. It wasn't firearms. It wasn't a taser. It was traffic stops, because you don't know what to expect. And officers do those day in and day out. And it's scary both for the driver and for the officer because, again, you know, every scenario is different. Yeah, I mentioned earlier in my comments this morning of, you know, going out and being with the individuals that were expressing themselves, you know, these last few days and being there Tuesday night before all the mayhem. Why? Because I wanted to put myself in their shoes in whatever capacity, just to see it for myself. One thing is watching it on the news. One thing is coming to some kind of judgment, reading a quote in a newspaper, but to be there yourself and to see it and witness it, then you get a better understanding. Beyond Tuesday, I mean, I walked all through downtown from Franklin Manor to City Hall, and there were officers all over the place, but they were, you know, organized. Again, this is earlier in the evening. Organized, you know, they were there. They weren't, you know, they weren't looking for trouble from what I saw. They were doing their job, you know, standing by. But I appreciate the comments, and I think, you know, community leaders having ride-alongs, having more interactions beyond coffee with a cop, you know, situations which are promoted, which are great. But see, you know, what goes in and day out, sitting in that squad car. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Any other comments? No? All right.
If I could just say something else, please, if that's all right.
Sure, go ahead.
And I think it's important that my community hear this. You know, I've heard a lot of, you know, inundated with phone calls and comments and everything, and I've had various press conferences that people clearly have not watched. And they don't understand that I support Black Lives Matter. And the fact that people think that Black Lives Matter, that's not their problem. That's my problem, that they think they don't matter. As your chief of police, it's something that I have to address. It's something that I have to fix. And I will do that, and I will listen. And I hear all these comments from people, and I think that's been our biggest problem in our nation, is that we want to tell people of color how they should feel and how they should think. When they raised the fist, we called them militant. When they sat on a bench during the national anthem, we called them unpatriotic. Then we criticize them for taking a knee. But yet we don't have any problems that when they're playing the national anthem, they still sell beer, and that people are taking selfies. And we, you know, but I guess that's not disrespectful. I don't, you know, I'm starting to get emotional. I apologize. But I see things from a different optic, from a different view. And we have to stop judging each other. And I assure you that I will take this step, but I need peace in our city so that we can all work together. We have to stop telling people how they should think and how they should feel and start listening.
You nailed the nail on the head there with what you said, and that is that we need to listen. We can't tell them what to think. And that's the thing. Somebody asked me yesterday, why are you so quiet all the time? And I go, it's not that I'm quiet, it's that I'm observing and listening, because sometimes it's not my place to talk. I don't know somebody's pain. I don't know what they're going through, and I don't know what they're thinking. So my job is to listen, and that's exactly what you said. You know, we're here to listen, you know, to what are your concerns? How can we do better? And I see that, you know, in your support, in your words today, is you want to build a better relationship with the community. And that's it. And it's all about communication. And I think you're doing the right thing, and I appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
All right. Chief Bennett.
Thank you, Chairman. John Bennett, Chief of Staff. Before Chief Dugan leaves, I think it's important that we take an opportunity on the staff reports to walk on an agenda item for body-worn cameras.
Yes, sir.
So if Chief Dugan may want to explain just how we got into the financial picture, and then I can explain how the mayor and Chief Dugan and our CFO, Dennis Rajera, have worked together to have an opportunity to bring something on the council agenda item today that if that passes, then we would be able to move forward with the procurement that had started prior to the COVID budget risk factors.
So what happened is, if you all recall, we started an RFP quite some time ago, and it's taken some time. We had body-worn cameras. We had 60 of them for several years, and we could have kind of just piggybacked off that contract. But when you expand it, I thought it would have been irresponsible of us not to do an RFP, because you're doing a much larger contract, and you're trying to bundle several different packages to save money. And then when the COVID hit, it was obviously we had to take a hard look on what we were purchasing, what we hadn't purchased, and that's when I recommended to the mayor that we just hit the pause button to figure out what was going on with that purchase. It's a big commitment. It's $1.5 million a year. It may end up being more down the road, and it would have been irresponsible, in my opinion, for us not to hit the pause button. But Mayor Castor has been able to juggle some different things, and now we're ready to move forward with the body-worn camera system. I don't think it's the end-all, but I think it would give different perspective. It would help build the trust that we have in our community with our police department.
Thank you very much. There's a lot of misinformation out there, especially on social media. People were saying, Tampa City Council votes down unanimously, May 21st, body cameras. But they did approve tasers. And it's headlines like that with little substance, because it was 2 paragraphs, that started getting people riled up. And over I've had to explain what council did, what the administration did. And once they understood, people, the message changed. Life March 1st to life now is completely different. If you would have mentioned things would be how they were with the COVID-19 situation and whatnot, and now this, nobody would have believed it, because I wouldn't have, the magnitude of where we're at. But because of the COVID-19 situation, the financial impact that we really are not completely certain with the city of Tampa, I understand that things were not canceled, they were postponed. Let's wait a few months, because we don't know what's coming. We have a budget that we need to balance. So thank you for clarifying it. I've said this story 100 times these last few days. City council never voted down body cameras. It was put on hold for a little bit, a few months. Now it's being prioritized. Why? Because we can get back on track with the help of all the work of the finance department and our CFO and whatnot, because of the financial impact. Body cameras are important. They're great. There's nothing wrong with accountability. Another council member says, trust and verify. I hear it all the time. And it's true. You trust the police, you verify. You trust elected officials, you verify. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with accountability. And if that's what it takes to begin with more body cameras, we go that route, and that's what we're doing. So the vote that we will be taking, so it's clear, is to move forward with that funding that's been allocated for the body cameras, so the public knows that that is what it is, because there were several news reports that were incorrect. So, Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you. Chief, just one comment, one question. I'm thrilled that the body cameras have come back, that staff and our financial folks have figured out a way to pay for them, and I think I would say now more than ever, because what body cameras do, and they're supported across all sides of the aisle. The ACLU supports them. I think police generally support them. I'm glad that you do. But they do create, I think, more trust in the community, because instead of he said, she said, who knows what happened, there's a picture and maybe some audio to actually tell us. My question is, I was reading the policy associated with this. I assume it's probably been in place since we had the earlier 60 cameras. I'm just wondering what the origin of the policy was, and have we updated it or reviewed it since we had the earlier program in place?
Yes, it's been reviewed. I've updated it myself. Forgive my memory, it's been a bit of a blur. It was about a year ago that I fired 3 police officers for manipulating the body-worn cameras that they had. And I have expanded the use of when they're expected to turn on the body-worn camera, so it has been updated.
What was the original origin of the policy? Did we write it ourselves, or did it come from?
What we do is we take other model policies from the Florida Chiefs of Police, the Police Executive Research Forum, and International Association of Chief of Police, and then also the Major City Chiefs Association that I'm part of just by being the chief from a major city. And we look at, policies, model policies from other agencies, and then we kind of incorporate it as to what we think best suits our department and our community. Not every community has all the same issues.
I'm sure that once we get it out on the street with hundreds and hundreds of them, it will be a learning curve for us, and I'm confident you'll continue to revisit the policies and practices.
Yeah, we're gonna have to be flexible. Our cops gonna have to learn to use them. I would expect there will be some times where they may forget to actually turn them on, but there's some other safeguards in place that they will, on certain times, they will be automatically activated.
Thank you, sir.
Any other council members? Councilmember Goods?
Chief, how soon will the new policy come out?
The policy's in place.
So, okay, so the current, you've already updated, it's in place now. Just want to make sure that the community knows that, and I haven't read the new policy, but my understanding is that the policy now is that camera's on all the time with contact. Is that correct?
No,
correct?
it just depends on the situation.
Okay.
We do have to protect certain victims' identities and
Okay.
things like that.
That was what I was going to ask, because that was brought to my attention, so I wanted to make sure. Thank you, sir.
Anybody else? Councilman Carlson?
Yeah, I just want to thank all the people in the community who responded to this and asked us to go back and change the policy. As difficult as some of the comments were, that's what we're here to do. And it's good to hear from the public. I would rather hear more from the public than less, because that means we're paying attention to what they're saying. And the community asked us very strongly to bring this back. And we know when it came forward before that, the police department and the PBA, everybody's in favor of this. The mayor was always in favor of it. So I'm glad that it came back. But I want to say thank you to everybody in the public. This shows that when you speak out, that people do listen. And in particular, I want to thank Chief Bennett and Chief Dugan and anybody else who worked on this. I know I was on the phone and texting them regularly over the last week, and probably my colleagues were doing the same thing as we were hearing from the community. And I mean, this is how government should work. Thank you also to Mr. O'Hara and others in the financial department that made the numbers work. But this is the kind of responsive government that the public wants, and I hope we can continue to be responsive on other issues. So thanks to everybody.
Thank you very much. Any other Councilman Miranda?
Although I'm very supportive of the body cameras, there could be some unintended consequences. And I was talking to two officers a few minutes ago, and here's a scenario that was brought up. If you walk into an apartment, let's say there's two kids fighting, and the mother's trying to separate them, and she's having a little problem, and they're both from the same family, they're blood brothers and sisters, and she calls the cop comes, and he talks them out of whatever situation, and just by the mere presence of a police officer, it comes down to the situation. There was no body camera. Now the same scenario with a body camera, there's a fight going on, what happens? Who gets arrested? There's a cause for arrest. But the police officer without the body camera solved that problem. Now what happens? I'm not asking you, I'm asking everyone, because that's a scenario that was brought up to me, and I don't have an answer. But there is a dispute, there is a fight going on. So what I'm trying to say is, how do you solve a problem like that? I don't know. And I'm supportive of the body camera. I'm not trying to put you in the spot. I'm not asking you to answer the question.
Look, you put me in the spot. I'm used to it. And I appreciate
you and I have
that.
the same head, okay?
But I'm much better looking. But the issue is, I agree with you. But my answer to that, and I appreciate you looking out for the cops. That's important. And I'm going to put myself out on an island here with my cops. I know they know that I support them, but they're probably not going to appreciate this comment that I'm about to make. The landscaping of policing has changed dramatically in the last 5 days. And if there's a police officer in the city of Tampa that does not want a body-worn camera, then I suggest you turn your badge in, because we cannot have that anymore. It has changed. Whether it's good or bad or not, it's changed.
And I agree with you. I think everyone agrees with you, because the system has changed. The idealism has changed. The courts have changed. I hope they change for the better. So these are the things that are going on, but I support the body cameras from day one. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
And the body-worn cameras aren't going to fix all.
I understand
You've
that.
discussed it this morning. The police department, the criminal justice system is not going to fix the problems that we discussed today. It's not just the police.
Thank you
Chief,
very much.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman
one last
Goods.
one. Are the cameras the same type that St. Pete has, or is this a different model? I know this company, Axon, they sent me an email about the system, whatever, but is it the same system St. Pete has, or is it different?
I don't know what they have. I know
I think
I've
when they
contacted
pull a
the
gun,
chief.
yeah.
I've spoke to Chief Holloway. I spoke to the Sheriff Cronister, and most people end up going with Axon. I don't know what they ended up going with.
Okay, I think when the gun is pulled, something like that, it cut the cameras on. or
Yeah,
something
the
like
one we have, if your gun is pulled, your taser's pulled, we're eventually gonna be able to hook it up if your lights on your police car are activated. And if one is activated, anyone within a certain distance will activate the other ones. Now, that'll be problematic too, so it's the unintended consequences, but we'll work through it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair?
Councilmember Vieira.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Just two things. We've talked about community support for this. Just through my interactions with the public, I've been encouraged by, as of recently, the widespread support that there is for body cameras, especially when you take a look where it was 2 or 3 years ago. I have a lot of friends who are more on the conservative political spectrum who are strongly supportive of it, those on the left as well, those in the center, and those who aren't into politics, but they just think it just makes sense. So I've always been encouraged by that. You know, I think the big lesson for us in terms of how we are now jumping to support this at this movement. And mind you, something that the administration has been supportive of. Jane Castor ran on this, on having body cameras, et cetera. But what we're doing here today is that let's look into the future on the challenges that can come up in this area and be proactive and not reactive. And I think some of the things we've talked about here today get us to that. So I think that's a challenge for us, especially as a government body, for all of us, starting with me. Thank you.
And I think what you're going to see with body-worn cameras, you're going to see all the good that our cops do. People are going to be shocked. It'll be, instead of needing to go on a ride-along, and go to YouTube and see all the good that we do.
Thank you very much. Councilman Citro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief, I too, like Councilman Miranda and the rest of our council members, are in support of the body cameras. There are certain times, correct me if I'm wrong, that the camera is recording even though the officer doesn't hit it or turn it on. 30 seconds prior?
Yes.
There's going to be some unforeseen consequences because these editing is not allowed, and this is all public record. So if a police officer is looking at a document or looking at their computer, there is information that might not be public, such as names, addresses, those types of things. Although I am in support, we're going to have to be very careful that information that shouldn't be getting out gets out. It's all public record. Number two, I'm hoping you're going to nod your head yes. That's correct, Councilman. Number two is my question was always storage. It's not necessarily the price of the cameras that are the most expensive. It's the storage. Have we been able to negotiate that since 3 or 4 months ago?
Well, it went out the request for a proposal, so no, once we got that, that was the best price, if I understand your question right. But yes, that was part of the negotiation, was the request for a proposal, because you're right, the equipment, just like anything else, it's not as expensive as much as the storage is, and this video that is required, especially with some of our more complicated cases, there are certain retention periods that need to be done and things like that.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments. I appreciate what you said. If an officer doesn't like it, they can turn in their badge. It's a very powerful statement. Having a body camera should be as natural as putting on your seatbelt in a car. It's for everybody's safety. That's it. And that's what it comes down to. So having said that, I don't see any other comments or questions. Mr. Shelby, this is now a resolution that we vote on.
Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Yes, it's a walk-on, and I believe the resolution has been provided to City Council.
Has everyone seen the resolution?
Move the resolution.
Wait.
If I may inquire, does the clerk have a copy of the resolution?
Councilman Dingfelder.
I don't seem to.
I don't have a copy of the resolution.
Specifically.
It's on the addendum. The basics are $952,545 to be reappropriated for the body-worn camera program per Mr. Rojero, CFO. Yep. Can we do a roll call vote on this? I know it's typically not necessary, but, all right. So who made the motion? Councilman Miranda?
I second the motion.
Who seconded it? Who was the second?
Citro.
Citro, all right. Roll call vote?
Vieira,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, so again, to clarify, that was $952,000, almost $1 million for the body-worn camera program. That was just unanimously passed by City Council. Thank you very much. All right, Chief Bennett.
Thank you, Chairman. We have 3 other things on the staff report that we need to cover. The first one I'll move, and then I'll be able to turn the microphone over to Ms. Carol Post to cover the final 2. But the first one was, I know we've been anxiously awaiting for our Sustainability and Resilience Officer as the mayor's 5th advisory program comes together. We know that the other 4, workforce development, development services, transportation, and housing affordability, have reached a point of recommendations and action plans. However, we've been looking forward to this 5th dimension that's going to be all-encompassing, and I'll let Ms. Post talk about that in detail. But in the meantime, we want to introduce our, as council had asked for, our new Sustainability and Resilience Officer, Mr. Whit Reamer, and I'd like to give him the microphone for a few minutes to give you a brief background on him, and then you can ask any questions. Whit?
Thanks, Chief, and it's my honor to be before you today, Council, and to be a part of this administration and work for the people of Tampa, work for City Council, and for this great mayor that has really prioritized sustainability and resilience as part of her T3 program. You know, when I was talking to Chief Bennett and a lot of the folks that work for the city about this opportunity, I said something along the lines of, I feel like everything I've done in my life has set me up for this opportunity in a really positive way. I've worked in environmental law, I've worked on environmental justice issues, which really have an important undertone with the discussions that we've had here today. I'm passionate about water resources, renewable energy, green space for every person in Tampa to be able to get outside and have access to clean air and clean water. And the environmental side is going to be there, the sustainability side is going to be there, and the resilience side. And again, resilience, by definition, is the ability of a community to respond to, adapt, and bounce forward from shocks and stressors of all types. And I know Ms. Post has got some remarks prepared in that regard. But I'm really honored to be here before you. I'm ready to get to work, and I look forward to working with each of you on your ideas for your neighborhoods, your districts, your communities, and the people that we all work for to make Tampa a sustainable, vibrant, healthy place for us now and for generations to come. So thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Welcome aboard, Councilman Goods.
You know, when we bring on new people, a lot of times people don't really know what they really do. Glad you kind of curtail a little bit of that of what you're going to be doing. But I guess I have to ask, where are you starting at first?
Where, I'm sorry.
Where are you starting at? Where are you going to start your work at first?
Great. Well, I know that the council has approved a plan to start talking with neighborhoods about things that they feel like they are missing that fall in my my realm. So we're going to be working with a group called the Resilient Cities Catalyst, which is a spinoff, and they have of the Rockefeller Foundation, who has done a lot of really good work in cities large and small, economically challenged and prosperous. And what we're going to do is we're going to develop, I'm going to say plan, because we are going to develop a plan, but we're really going to develop a framework about how to get all the voices from neighborhoods around Tampa to talk about the issues that matter most to them. And each neighborhood and each community have different priorities that fall under the sustainability and resilience space. Like I mentioned, in one area of the city, that might be me working with the stormwater department to help reduce property flooding. And other parts of the city, it might be that they don't live within a quarter mile of green space or a park. And maybe we have got some parcels of land owned by the city that we can make into a new green space. So my first thing, and it kind of echoes what we've heard today, is going to be doing a lot of listening and a lot of learning. Now, I've moved back to Tampa 3 years ago, but I've got a whole lot of neighborhoods I haven't been to and a whole lot of folks I'd like to go out and learn what their priorities are for this position. That's going to be my first thing, is going to be to listen, and then we're going to hopefully put all those comments into a plan that ties a lot of the 4 other working groups together, and then this will be the 5th kind of base one, and we're really going to take that forward. And it might be solar panels here on the convention center, it might be green space, it might be stormwater flooding. We're going to take a comprehensive look at the city.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Councilman Carlson.
Welcome aboard. I'm really happy to have you. First of all, thank you to the mayor and Chief Bennett for creating this position. It's one of the areas that we've, I think, had some of the most questions about before these before these crises. And it's a very important position in our community. And as they went through who might come on board, I was very happy to see that you were there with one of the people that I would have turned to before to ask questions, and now I will continue to do that if he has any time. But he's also been very deeply involved in the community, and I look forward to him bringing all those community contacts. And most importantly, I can't wait to hand off all those questions to you.
Look forward to working at your pleasure, Councilman.
Thank you very much. Chief? That was it?
Thank you for the opportunity. Look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, Council, thank you. We have 2 other staff agenda items remaining. However, I do know that I believe 1 item has been pulled and 1 item was requested to be pulled, so that could actually increase the staff engagement up to 4 items. So if Mr. Shelby wants to talk about, not now, but make sure we cover those staff items that were pulled. I don't know if you want to keep all of this in staff reports together. So before we get to that, and specifically, I know item 3 was requested, and I think item 21 was requested for some staff engagement. So
For item number 3, I believe Councilmember Carlson wanted to continue it to a
I don't know if you want to vote on that now. I just wanted to continue it for 2 weeks, and we can talk about it if you want, but I wasn't asking for any kind of discussion about it.
Okay, well, then can we get a motion to continue item number 3 and just get it out of the way?
So moved.
The next
And-
regular
and
council meeting will be the 25th.
If I may ask, I mean,
Yes.
just to make sure the purpose of this, I mean, the administration, if this continues for 2 weeks, is there any public safety ramifications? I mean, I'd like to know before voting on it.
yeah, I was hoping this would be addressed while Chief Dugan was still here, but in his stead, and of course, you know my 30-year history in the police department and over 30 years as a trainer. Item 3 is part of the in-service training supply chain, if you will, and a lot of their training has been delayed from COVID. So delaying this 2 weeks and then doing the procurement process and the delivery is probably going to be a month. And then now you're going to be in peak hurricane season. We know we've already had at least 2 storms out there. High liability training is critical. There's several categories, everything from ethics to implicit bias, all the things, but it also involves the hands-on training. This could have an impact on their training sequence. I understand the timing, things happen, but it's very important as an instructor for many years in all of these categories that the police department get this supply item while it's been negotiated and ready to deliver, so they can get on with their in-service training and have no setbacks. Not to mention, this is a state requirement. This is not just a TPD policy that invokes that training at the police academy out on 34th Street.
If I may inquire, I mean, Councilman Carlson, not to look into your rationale, but I mean, is there some reason? I mean, could you explain? Because again, I have no dog in this fight. I'm just curious. I mean,
Yeah, I just
why?
think I think the timing of it is bad. The community is asking us to relook at all of these policies, and I think we need to take a couple weeks at least to reflect. I did have a conversation with Chief Dugan last night about it and traded messages with Chief Bennett. I would wish Chief Dugan was here, but last night anyway, he seemed to indicate to me that a 2-week delay was not something that would delay any processes. I think originally I talked to him about maybe a month delay, but then in the conversation I thought about making a 2-week delay. If you all want to, just to my colleagues, if you all want to not have a 2-week delay, you can vote that down, and then I'll just ask to have it pulled out, and I'll vote against it. I don't want to vote against it because I know we need supplies for the police, but I don't. Based on my conversation with Chief Dugan, it didn't seem like a 2-week delay would be important. I think it would be respectful for the community right now if we did that.
Well, Councilman Goods.
Yeah, I know in-service training is very important to the officers, especially when you're talking about their weapons and the ammunition. But I'm going to have to concur with Mr. Carlson. With everything that's going on right now and the pulse of the community, we just got the body cameras moving forward. I think maybe, I don't think it's going to hurt us too bad to wait a couple of weeks till things die down, bring it back. But I think if we move this today, I just think you're going to hear a lot of stuff in the community knowing that we're in a situation right now. So I can support 2 weeks. So we'll just see how the vote goes. But I just look at the pulse of the community right now.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, sir. I would like to hear from Chief Dugan on this. Again, I have no problem with a 2-week delay on this, et cetera. I just want to make sure what we're voting on. Is there any way that he can call in for questions?
I can move him to the back of the staff report, see if I can get him to come back.
All right,
or call. I don't.
Yeah.
Would that be okay,
Yeah,
Councilman
we'll
Carlson? Would
go on to other stuff and then revisit this in a few minutes.
Because I have no problem with it. I just want to make sure.
Okie dokie, go ahead,
Great.
sir.
Yeah, so the last two items, and again, in the depth of it, I'll let Ms. Carol Post, our administrator over development and economic opportunity, cover both item 36 and the One Tampa Relief Program, which has a walk-on item to increase the funding. And I'll let her explain the parameters of those opportunities to you. And I'll reach out to Chief Dugan in the meantime. So, Ms. Post.
Good afternoon. Carol Post, Administrator for Development and Economic Opportunity. Thank you for having an opportunity to appear before you. On the One Tampa item, I'll address that item first. As the Chief of Staff said, we had a walk-on item. I think all of you are aware of the ways that we've been attempting to provide emergency relief to our community in the wake of, thank you, in the wake of the COVID emergency. And we have made a number of attempts to provide the most essential and basic needs to fill gaps that we knew were hitting upon our residents. And in short order, we were able to produce through the use of our HUD funds and the generous support of our CRA funds to provide rent assistance and utility assistance to individuals as well as to small businesses in designated geographical locations that were constrained by the use of restricted funds. And in doing that, we know that we helped many individuals who were in need, and we continue to do that. We've had our individual program underway for a month now with hundreds of individuals who have had their rent paid and utilities reimbursed directly to them. Similarly, our business relief program that was launched a few weeks ago has made progress, and the second series of that business relief program, which is currently underway, has continued to advance that cause of providing the most vulnerable individuals and businesses in our community with the most essential needs that they would need. What we found, though, is that within those constrained geographical locations, which again were dictated by the use of the funds that we had, we left a swath of the city out in terms of providing relief or being able to obtain relief. So at its simplest form, this request is our ability to move forward funds that do not have those constraints. They are unrestricted dollars. It would allow us to then launch a citywide relief program that would be available. It would not be restricted by geographical locations. It would also not be restricted to businesses of a certain size or with a certain number of employees, nor would they have a limitation relative to the number of years in service. We know, in fact, specifically smaller businesses that may be just starting up are in just as much need as more established businesses. Again, this gives us some opportunity because of the different nature of these funds to be able to have wider latitude. So there is criteria associated with it to ensure that these are businesses that were in fact affected by COVID. So you know, some businesses are actually thriving because of COVID. It's created a whole cottage industries. So we're not looking to help businesses that are still prospering. But for those that have been critically impacted because of the COVID or because of the governor's shutdown requirements, this would give us some latitude to have the relief provided to a wider swath of businesses. I see Councilman Goods grinning. So.
There must have was an angel in the room when y'all convened about this or something, you know. But
so that's in short. Again, we had expressed this from the outset that the use of our HUD money and our CRA money both constrained us to some extent. This gives us much more latitude, and we look forward to being able to provide a more expansive use of relief across our community.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions? No? Councilman
let
Goods.
me say this, I always say don't say what we can't do, but what we can do. I appreciate the effort of going back, revisiting, and however it got revisited, who all else was at the team to bring some other ideas. I want to say thank you. This is what the people need. Again, never say what we can't do, but what we can do. So obviously we found a way to do something for everybody. My other two colleagues in the South Tampa area and they at large had talked about everyone turning, and I'm just glad we were able to find a way now to give everybody. We still may not can help everybody, but we made the effort to try to get as close as we can to help everybody we can. So let me just personally say thank you for your work.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Goods. All right. Chief Bennett, I see Chief Dugan here.
Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Shelby has a question.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, with regard to this item, I believe this is item 10. Did you want to move this now?
Move it now.
Or is it on the consent docket?
It's walk on.
It's a walk-on in addition to item 10.
I think it's
Is it a substitute resolution?
It looks
or a
like an
different
amendment to
resolution?
item
No. Okay. What would be the appropriate time to take care of it? At 10, right?
All right.
May I-
And Councilman.
Yes, ma'am.
May I make one comment just before you move forward with it? It's just to respond, and as I said, our desire to be much more expansive. I just want to caution on the word of helping everyone in that, again, it's a limited set of funds, and our desire is to help at least 100 businesses in each council district so that we have some equity.
First come,
across
first
as
serve.
well, and on a first come, first serve basis, exactly. Thank you.
All right.
And if I may, just.
Yes, Councilman.
Thank
Yes,
you, sir. Just really quick, and this would obviously include assistance for businesses that were adversely affected by looting, correct?
It has been our desire, I mean, obviously that surfaced after the fact, but we'd very much like to include that in the package, in the plan.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Mr. Shelby, what do you say we just move this resolution?
I don't know whether it's in the form of a resolution. Is it in the form of a
As,
resolution?
well, as item number 10, or we can just wait to go back, since discussion is
My
exhausted.
suggestion, this is a walk-on item. My suggestion for the purposes of the clerk is to move the walk-on as presented by the administration. As
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move item 10 as amended in the addendum.
Second?
Wait.
I'm sorry, if you can, I just want to clarify this so the clerk is prepared with. I just want to make sure this is not. I just want to be clear that this is not a substitute resolution.
Good afternoon, Council. Dennis Rajero, Chief Financial Officer. Yes, the memo slightly amends the resolution you have before you, appropriating the entirety of the $800,000 to the SUSE program, as opposed to the original resolution, which merely appropriated $400,000.
All right, so it's safe to say we can just move item 10, the resolution as
amended.
As amended, okay?
That's my motion.
We have a motion from Councilman Dingfelder,
Second?
second from Councilman Goods, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No? Thank you very much. Anything else, Ms. Post?
Nothing further on that matter. Would you like me to address the last item?
We have Chief Dugan here for item number 3. I know it's
I'll
very,
defer.
very busy, and I just wanted
defer,
to
of
give him
course.
the opportunity,
No
and then
problem.
we'll go right back. Chief Dugan, there were questions on item number 3.
Morning, Brian Dugan, Chief of Police.
Councilmember Carl?
Yeah, the question that Councilman Vieira asked was, will this cause any, I'll paraphrase, any disruption in service? My understanding, tell me if I'm wrong, my understanding in speaking with you yesterday was that a 2-week delay would not cause any change in the schedule of the training. You were talking about the whole timeline of how everything's been delayed and everything, and it seemed like a 2-week delay wouldn't cause a problem.
No, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. One, I don't know why we wouldn't move forward with this purchase. I don't know what it would change. And I would so what are we trying to accomplish if we don't move forward with the purchase?
So as I said to my colleagues earlier, my reason for trying to postpone it is that I think it's disrespectful with the situation in the community right now. I think 2 weeks would give us more time to reflect on what the community has said. And I'm not against this, funding this as it stands right now, but I think approving any kind of budget item like this would be a bad time to do it. And I think we ought to wait 2 weeks. If it doesn't materially affect the process of training, then it seems like we could wait.
Well, the issue is we move it back, and you have order times, delivery times, then we're getting, we are in hurricane season. I think people, I'm aware of the optics when you're the chief of police. I'm not a politician, but I do have to be politically astute. I think everybody knows we carry guns. I just don't see the value in it. I had thought about it, but I think we need to move forward because it is very important that we train, and that is what everybody is talking about, is how we train, what we're doing. And so I'm requesting that we continue to move forward. I don't think the delay is necessary.
Mr. Chairman, may I be heard? Martin Shelby.
Go ahead, sir.
My apologies, but looking at the calendar, your next meeting would be the 25th
Yes, sir.
of July, which is actually, I believe, 3 weeks.
June 25th.
June 25th, I'm sorry. The next regular meeting is June 25th.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk, could you? That's correct. So that would be a 3-week continuance. I'm sorry for that.
Thank you. Who wanted to speak? Councilman Goods?
Chief, I know in-service training is very valuable to the officer. Do we have enough ammo for in-service training for this 2-week period or 3-week period now that Councilman Carlson is asking?
Well, the issue is that every 2 years we get new duty ammo, which we carry on the streets. We use certain ammunition because it's cheaper to train with, and then we carry other ones, and now it's time to replace that. Like I said, we delay it 3 more weeks, then it's another 2 weeks for the order, the shipping. If there's a hurricane, that may get delayed. I'm requesting that we keep moving forward. I think people are comfortable with the fact that cops carry guns.
All right. Councilmember Citro.
If I may, Councilman Maniscalco, if I may?
Oh, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Yeah, and that's what I wanted to inquire on, which is I totally understand what my colleagues are saying in that regard, but this is something for training, correct? For
Yes.
training. Yeah, I just don't see a rational a relationship between doing this and anything with the community. I mean, I'll tell you what, you talk about the community, I mean, I've been out at protests. I've been out talking to people. You know, those are things that I'm doing to stand in solidarity with the community. I'm passionate about that. Very, very, very passionate about that. I was out there on Saturday, I was out there on Sunday, I was out there on Monday. I'm passionate about that. This, I just don't see it. I think it's just, it's going to be 3 weeks delay. Other things could happen. I respectfully don't see it myself, but.
The other issue is, you know, we just passed body-worn cameras. We are going to have to be able to shoot our guns with body-worn cameras to make sure it doesn't throw off the Bluetooth. Does the Bluetooth activation when you draw your gun, is it going to properly activate the body-worn camera? I'm just asking that you move forward. I know the optics are there. We've had the discussion. Now everyone sees it. I'm not sure what we're trying to accomplish.
Councilman Citro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief Dugan, will this interfere with any mandates that's been set down by the state of Florida as to training? Will this delay cause?
Yes, it will.
Okay,
You know,
thank you.
that's the issue.
Thank you very much, Chief.
All right. Having said that, any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, if I can, if we could just ask the clerk, is there a motion on the floor presently?
There was a motion made by Goose to continue the item, but I don't believe there was a second.
Councilman Goods, do you stand by your original motion?
I won't, because now what Chief is now saying that it's going to interfere with some of the state guidelines with officer certificates for in-service training. And if that's the case, then I think I'm going to have to go ahead and move forward with the vote of support of the PAMO at this time.
All right, so there is no motion to continue then?
Yeah, so I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but I'd like to make a motion just to pull it out of the consent agenda.
No, this is going to be an individual vote. We can take it now, and then I'll just scratch it off. So, all right, all in favor, or who would like to move item number 3?
You want me to do a roll call vote?
Sure. Mr. Chair, that is on my committee, so I will move to move item number 3.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilman Miranda. Motion was made by Citro. Roll call vote.
Vieira.
Yes.
Goods.
Yes.
Dingfelder.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Carlson.
No.
Citro.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Motion carried with Carlson voting no.
Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you.
Ms. Post?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
Just to add on real fast, just again to remind you and all the other officers out there, I support training, obviously, and I support having the tools and supplies for training. The only reason I voted against it is for the timing of it, and we respect my colleagues' decisions. And thank you for coming back and answering the question for us.
All right, Ms. Post.
Good afternoon again. Good afternoon again.
Thank you, Chief.
Carol Post, Administrator for Development and Economic Opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity to address this item. We feel like this is a very important item. When the motion was made, thank you, when the motion was made a few weeks ago, and we appreciate the opportunity to come back to address it. And what I wanted to do is just take a few moments to provide some context for our response. And this reflects conversations that I've had with Councilman Carlson, who made the motion. And I hope that it reflects.
Point over, Mr. Chairman, are we on 36? Are we discussing
Yes.
36?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're back to it.
Thanks.
Good. I think it reflects our desire to work together to achieve common goals. And as we've heard today, there are many voices that want to be heard and need to be heard. And what we will propose is an approach that I hope will give a forum to those voices. So I'd like to use it as an opportunity to update this council on the number of initiatives that have been underway for the past year that we think coalesced with at least what we interpreted were the desires of the motion. So I'd like to read a summary response. So when the motion was made, we were a little surprised to hear it, but we were encouraged by the underlying goals. Specifically, the goals to increase economic growth and diversity, to reduce poverty, to improve the median household income, and work to end gender and racial income disparity. These goals actually directly dovetail with the mayor's Transforming Tampa's Tomorrow, or T3 initiatives. We've been focused on these for the past year. The goals in the motion are actually embedded in the T3 recommendations, which came as a result of 4 work groups meeting over the course of 4 months in 2019 with more than 65 individuals participating as team members. The T3 vision was announced just 2 weeks after the mayor took office in May of 2019, and it set forth a set of strategic priorities focused on transportation, development services, workforce development, housing affordability, and sustainability and resilience. So I'd like to take the opportunity to briefly reflect on that vision. It began last June with the launch of the Transportation and the Development Services work teams. It was followed shortly after by the Workforce Development team in July of 19 and the Housing Affordability team in early October. Each of those teams was convened with a diverse group of stakeholders who each had a demonstrated expertise or an interest in the subject area. Each group met for 90 days with objectives to recommend initiatives with measurable targets. The advisory teams had representatives from across our community, including academics, industry, trades, advocacy groups, labor, educators, small businesses, large businesses, economic development professionals, social service organizations, and gender and racial equity advocates. Every meeting was conducted in the sunshine, with public comment welcomed each time, and an online forum was set up for continuous feedback. In fact, several of the city council members here participated in some of those advisory team meetings, and I think that input was really valuable. Every aspect of the sessions were transparent and accessible. All meeting minutes and information are now cataloged as part of the T3 website, including the final reports and the recommendations, which are easily accessible. The work to carry out the advisory team recommendations is now underway. Transportation and Development Services were finalized in November. Housing affordability was published in mid-February, and the Workforce Development Report had been scheduled to be produced in early April. Unfortunately, it was temporarily sidelined by the COVID-19 priorities. However, on just this Tuesday, we published the Workforce Report, completing the plan that was laid out 1 year ago for these 4 work teams. The individual team members and the members of the public who participated invested a lot of their time to weigh in on the issues, the discussions, the review of the data, and the assessments that were done. One of our concerns with the motion is why we would want to do that again, particularly at a time when the entire community is strained by so many immediate challenges. So our first thought is that we'd like to stay on track with what's been started, and rather than start something new, we'd like to join efforts. We'd like to merge our concepts, merge our ideas, which I believe are consistent, and build momentum on the current activities rather than possibly dilute them by having separate paths. To achieve this, we'd recommend using the 5th advisory team to bring our objectives together. And that 5th and final advisory team, the Sustainability and Resilience team, which you heard Whit speak about, that officially began in December. That's when the City Council actually approved a contract for professional services with the Catalyst Group, the Rockefeller Foundation affiliate that Whit referred to. It's been our plan to follow Catalyst's playbook for this subject area. The reference to resilience is a platform that ties the threads of the 4 other advisory teams together. And we've talked about that with each of the advisory teams, and it's been included as part of the plan in each of those teams' final report. They knew, notwithstanding that we call it a final report, it really was a chapter of a book that will be put together under the rubric of the sustainability and resiliency cover. So because of that, that team will also have a longer standing effort. It will endure throughout the remainder of the mayor's term. And I think it's important to note also that resilience is not just about climate change and its effects. It's about how a city drives social equity across its entire community and how it positions itself to effectively adapt to challenges across social, economic, and environmental issues. Whit referred to this already about that sort of very wide swath that is contemplated under the sustainability and resiliency overhaul. So this is why we believe that that effort aligns with the goals of the motion and why a separate committee or task force could be duplicative. We actually believe that the combined effect of the 4 subject matter advisory teams, connected by the mortar, as I've been known to call it, of the Sustainability and Resilience team, will result in a collective to address gaps in our community, including job creation, housing affordability, gender and racial disparities in employment and housing, and other socioeconomic related challenges, all of which are important building blocks of economic development, and each of which will be a critical part of this effort. An additional outcome of the effort will be metrics that effectively capture key social equity measures. The city currently publishes a performance dashboard that was developed some time ago, and we'll use that as a foundation to build and refine how we measure our performance and our progress in meeting these objectives. And lastly, as we've done throughout the advisory team works, we will rely upon existing data to guide our outputs. For example, the benchmarking data that was recently established by the Tampa Bay Partnership was a critical part of the Workforce Development Advisory Team's assessment. We know that having a clear sense of where our gaps are is the only way to effectively work to fill those gaps. So to conclude, we'd like to respond by making 3 recommendations. First, I think, is that we all agree on what we need to do. We just don't necessarily agree that we need a new committee to do it. We'd recommend that we merge our ideas and our objectives into the Sustainability and Resilience Group and ensure that that effort emphasizes the concepts that are set forth in the motion. And second is we would recognize that City Council is an important partner in these efforts, and we would recommend that as the Sustainability and Resilience effort is launched by the Catalyst Group, that the City Council appoint a council member or a representative to participate in the process. And finally, as those performance measures start to come online, that we would bring those measures back to preview them with the City Council and ensure that we have appropriate input. A year ago, the administration set this goal for the T3 effort. And it was unknown to any of us at the time that we would be faced with these current unprecedented matters. The immediate health and safety of the citizens of this city with respect to coronavirus has been a prevailing concern, and followed quickly by the need to implement the safer at home policies, to run an adapted and quasi-virtual government operation, the need for the business relief efforts that we've had underway, the need to initiate safe and measured reopenings that we've had underway for our small businesses, and looking ahead, the need to look at working with the county related to the recently published joint city-county recovery recommendations. We still have a lot of work ahead of us to just get back to where we were in early March. But right now, we feel like we need to be laser focused on our immediate needs while we remain balanced on returning to our core mission. And we believe our approach that's recommended today will do that, and that it aligns with the goals of the motion and enables us to stay on track. So we'd seek council's support and appreciate the opportunity to share our response.
Thank you very much. Any council members have any questions or response? Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, if I could, just for a minute, take everybody through what happened since the motion. Motion was made about a month ago. Within a couple days, Ms. Post and I had a conversation about it, and she raised concerns about the length of the process. Remember, originally, it's an economic advisory committee, not an economic development advisory committee, but an economic advisory committee that would continue on until we stopped it. So the idea is that we would get regular updates from this group. And she asked me to reduce the term of it, so I proposed, how about 4 to 6 meetings, and then at the end of that, and I outlined a process, and at the end of it, the community would give us feedback on the economy and what inputs we could have to the economy. I did that, and And then the second thing that she requested was that she said staff is kind of tight at the city, and we'd like to, we really can't handle the process right now with everything going on. I said, well, how about if we find a third party that will partner with us? And so I called several third parties, and I have at least one offer from one organization, probably a couple other options of organizations that you'd like us to partner with. And I was right at the end of getting ready to officially request that we get some kind of proposal to work together, and I thought we were on the same page. And then I was requested to be in a meeting at 4:30 last night by phone, and in the 4:30 meeting, I heard what you all just heard. If you look at the staff report on this item, which is online still this morning, I printed this out this morning. It has the staff report, and it has the outline of the motion, and it says recommendation, and presumably it says the staff's recommendation, but it says recommendation, and underneath it says establish an economic advisory committee. I thought we were all on the same page until last night. I don't know what happened. One thing that did happen is that the community came out in force over the last week and told us in very strong ways that we have to bring equity to the community. And in any process that we have, I'm a junkie of reading economic development stuff, so I read all the T3 stuff. In any process we have that we engage the community, we can never possibly hear all the voices in the community, and so the more input we get, the better, because it shows that we're having a better dialogue and more connection with the community. So in this case, we're offering more dialogue, more input, more people to have seats at the table, diversity, and I proposed shortening the time of it, and also to have an outside group run it, and it wouldn't cost us anything. And so I don't see what the burden to the city would be, but contrast that with the opportunity for the community. If you look at Tampa's scorecard, Tampa didn't do well at all economically. We are the laggard in the region. We're a laggard in the state economically. And if we want to change that, we need to create a new economic plan. Sustainability, after we got off the phone last night, I called a bunch of my friends and mentors who are involved with sustainability and resilience, and none of them thought that economic development was synonymous with those two. They work together, but they're not synonymous, and one doesn't replace the other. And all of the other T3 committees are additional input and information that could be added to this committee. So here's the thing: the community lined up this morning talking about equity. People are marching in the streets demanding equity, and we've got a solution to move this forward. I think we should move forward and have a committee like this. And I can make a motion now or later, but I'd like to ask your support to ask staff to finish the job of working to put this together. The only thing we need to do is to say yes, and then it sounds like volunteers are going to put it together for us.
Mr. Chair?
Councilman Goods.
So from hearing from Ms. Post and hearing from Mr. Carlson, I guess I circled the key thing from Ms. Post was the staff. Now I hear from Mr. Carlson saying that an outside source could do this at no cost. So I'm trying to fuse the two together. If the staff is the issue, we don't have to worry about staff because the outside source would do that and there's no cost. So I'm trying to figure out what is the issue on this end over here if staff is not an issue, because you're going to get free staff over here.
Well, I don't think staff is the only issue, and I don't think it's actually the primary issue.
Okay.
I think the concern was more of taking the process that we've had underway and unifying this under the umbrella of its sustainability and resilience, and in terms of saying sustainability and resilience and how they connect to economic development, that they are not synonymous, but they do work together. They do tie into each other. And so having a separate work stream that is not necessarily connected to the work stream that we are already planning to do, it just provides an opportunity for those to diverge. We'd rather unify, and that was in the several conversations that I had with Councilman Carlson, is complete support for the concept and absolute support for the intended goals. We just wanted to work in a way that brought all of our efforts together and how to execute that and bring all of the stakeholders that would be involved in that, rather than have them be on separate groups or in separate conversations, bringing those together, having the community charrettes, the neighborhood activities. The roadmap for that is one of inclusiveness, and that is ultimately our end game. So it isn't, we will be working hard to get that done. It isn't necessarily a staff constraint. That was one item of our discussion, but it was more about marrying the two concepts rather than having them be divergent.
Because I read the article that the mayor was saying in reference to, again, it was staff. If I read the article correctly, she still stated that she didn't know we'd be duplicating work because of, and putting staff to duplicate work. I still hear the word staff. So I'm trying to see how we fuse this all together. You said a united front. If Mr. Carlson has this idea about this group, I'm not the expertise on the economic basis he is. But if he's got this group over here that can still filter information to your group or what have you, how do we make this all work? So I'm just trying to be able to help my colleague a little bit by the same token, listening at what we have to make sure that there's a bond somewhere. So I'm just wondering, this may be tabled for another conversation with you and our colleague to see how we can fuse this together maybe, perhaps. Any thoughts on that? Or I'm just.
Well, it was part of our conversation yesterday. We very much would like to fuse the concepts together. That's exactly what I'm proposing, is to fuse the concepts that he has set forth that we agree with into our forthcoming advisory team, which will have a multitude of subsections and committees to it that we believe would garner the feedback, the comments.
But I think he's saying, I know you've got your group already working. I think he's trying to say he wants some other outside people that maybe you don't have, that he was asking to be appointed to your different groups to make sure that what he's asking the work to be done, that we're on the same page and moving down the same road versus another road that the administration might want to go, but you've got those people that we appoint to kind of be a part of your unification to make sure those ideas are really clicking with everybody in this council.
Understood. Our groups aren't set up yet. So
Okay,
no one has been described or defined.
Is that right, Mr. Carlson? Am I kind of on the page with it, sir?
Heard. Councilmember Carlson, then we go to Vieira and Dingfelder.
Yeah, I think the bottom line here, and by the way, it's not my committee. It's either a committee of the city council or it's a committee of the city. And of course, there would be some staff time in coordinating with them, but it would be run outside. But the big question, the big thing here is, doesn't the economy deserve to have a discussion of its own? We had a 4-hour discussion about Bayshore, and as I said last night to Ms. Post, who I have the utmost respect for, in the Bayshore feedback, we got some people who want to close down Bayshore completely every day, and we got some people who want to leave it as it is and raise the speed limit, and everything in between. And so getting more public input is great. Eventually, on Bayshore, we've got to make a decision. The city and staff have to make a decision on it, but we have to hear all the input. What's the harm in hearing more input? And especially, doesn't the economy deserve to have a committee of its own? Doesn't the economy deserve to have a discussion? If Tampa was the big success story economically, you can look at any of the numbers and see that it wasn't. If Tampa was the big economic success story, say, fine. The next thing we need to work on is resiliency and sustainability and all those things are inputs to the economy, and they're related to economic development. But there's no T4. There's not an economic committee. If you say, hey, we're going to add a fourth one, great. That's mixing up the alliteration, sorry. Anyway, I think it should have its own. Last night, just exploring options, I threw out, what if you renamed your committee Sustainability, Resilience, and Economy, or Economic Development, and then set up an economic subcommittee of it, because that essentially would do the same thing, and the answer was no. So if the economy does not have an important role in a committee, I think it's going to be relegated to something very small. And there are other big issues that need to be talked about in resiliency and sustainability that are not connected to the economy. And I think we have to make sure that if any of us are sitting here in 7 years, that we did everything we could to make sure the economy is successful. And the diversity, all those things she listed, the home ownership rate, the poverty rate, all those things are critically important. But overall, the umbrella of it is that we want our economy to do well. We don't want to be the laggard in the region anymore. If we don't at least even set up a committee for 6 meetings, I think we're not doing our job to try to boost the economy in every way we can.
Thank you very much. Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I mean, what I keep on thinking of is if there can't be any common ground met, I mean, like Councilman Goods, I want to, as a professional courtesy to our colleague, Councilman Carlson, who's obviously very passionate about this, can we do some sort of an internal city council group? We have the Budget Advisory Board. Mr. Chairman before had talked about something that I thought was a great idea, a Transportation Advisory Board. You know, something to that effect that could be time limited to address the concerns that Councilman Carlson has brought up. Again, I want to be supportive. If the administration is taking that position, it's that there's, if you're in a relationship with somebody and somebody doesn't want to be there with you, then that's the end of that relationship. And if that's going to be a burden, then maybe we can look at doing something that is internal. So again, I want to support Councilman Carlson, but we can maybe have a discussion on something done internally for city council that is not unlike the Budget Advisory Board, for example. Maybe an internal compromise.
Thank you very much, Councilman Dingfelder.
You can tell that Councilman Vieira and I spent a lot of time in mediation.
Hey, lawyers.
Yeah, too much. A lot of billable hours.
A lot of hours in front of a mediator, and I've actually been trained in mediation. So my question, Ms. Post, is this, is how long do you anticipate your process that you've described to us, yours being the administration, the mayor, that process to be? Is maybe 6 months or so?
Thank you for the question. In fact, we anticipate that this process endures through the remainder of the mayor's term as long as she is in office. That is the concept of the sustainability and resiliency umbrella, is that it is an ongoing, it's really an issue you never completely solve. You just continue to work at and work to improve and make iterative improvements. And so that it has a long-standing lifespan.
More specifically, the other 4 committees generated a report and recommendations within X period of time. I'm just wondering, do you anticipate this committee doing that initially? I understand it goes on and on forever, and I'm glad that we hired, Mr. Reamer to carry that on.
So I think as you said, the first 4 committees had very finite times. This group will be longer standing. The mission will continue indefinitely, and the effort to execute a roadmap will have a defined time, but it will be longer than 90 days. To some extent, we were waiting for Whit to join us. He will help drive this plan and this map with the Catalyst group. We don't have a specific time frame. It is expected that this is a longer undertaking than the 90 days.
Okay. Mr. Bennett, were you chiming in on this point, or?
I think Ms. Grimes was first.
Well,
Ms. Grimes, when she's next?
I just want to make a point. When I was going through the nationwide or maybe worldwide selection process that landed Mr. Reamer, we had approached council also on the CRA side of the equation, and we were looking for a broadening, as Ms. Post has been talking about. But one of the things that has come out is our relationship and your approval of the Resilient Cities Catalyst was a 100 city report worldwide about this. And to Mr. Carlson's point about the naming of the opportunity and the inclusion, not only of the content, but of the people and the equity, is something that I think this administration is I know I'm extremely passionate about, and I haven't found anybody yet that has been dispassionate about that. And one of the 2 things that are baked into this process, and I'm reading right from the report that I used to brief council when I came back from the Netherlands, is economic development and social equity. And so those are actually subsets of the entire sustainability and resilience process. And that's the one I'm actually looking the most for, those results. And that's why Mr. Reamer did so well in the selection process, is because he has a passion for that. And to Carol's point about the duration of this being never ending, that is a truism that I think is going to be soaked into the sustainability and resilience process. And to create that inclusion from the community that has already been represented in the 4 advisory groups and will be never ending and broadened in the 5th one. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Councilman Good.
Let me just finish up, Mr. Goods. Unless Gina, was there something you wanted to add, or?
Yes. Yeah, there is.
Go ahead, and I'll yield the floor temporarily.
I just wanted to bring to the attention of some of the council members and maybe remind some of the others that were on the Charter Review Board that there is a newer charter provision that's applicable to this situation. Previous to when the Charter Review Board made the changes they did, council had no authority to establish a committee. As you all know, council has all the legislative authority and only that administrative authority that's identified in the charter. So the Charter Review Board made a change to the provision in the charter dealing with committees. And what it provided is that council would have the authority to establish a committee, including standing committees or ad hoc committees, by resolution, but a check and balance was added. And a resolution establishing a committee also would require the recommendation of or approval of the mayor. So a check and balance, similar to the mayor negotiates contracts, but they can't be executed unless city council approves it. Roles are reversed in this situation. Council wants to propose a committee, but it can't be established unless and until the mayor recommends or approves it. I think you heard Ms. Post's recommendation. It's to merge the concepts that Mr. Carlson has proposed into a committee that is already underway, and that for council to appoint a council member to that committee. That is my understanding of their recommendation. And again, when it comes to these checks and balances, just like we do all the time, every week with agreements, we try to work together and exchange information and then come out with an outcome that is acceptable to both sides.
So just to